I see you there. Can you hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Is it a good day to stream a trial? Good morning, Chopper. Can you hear me? Hey, Marie Arnold. Good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. It's early here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are here for the Michelle Troconis trial. This is day 2. Day 1 started yesterday. It was interesting. I don't know if anybody else watched yesterday. So I'll give you, while we're waiting for court to come in session, it's always a good morning to watch a trial. Yeah. So for those of you who are not familiar with this case, I've been loosely following it pretty much since it happened, but not as closely as I've followed other cases. Hey, gentleman Jack, good to see you. So this case is about the death of the death of Jennifer Dulos. Jennifer Dulos in Connecticut was a mother of 5 who went missing. All of a sudden, just boom, went missing while she was going through a nasty divorce. And as I start to go through this a little bit, you will recognize a pattern in these trials, in these cases. Oh my goodness. There's a nasty divorce going on. Oh my goodness. Somebody might be in debt. Oh my goodness. There's custody issues, and there's a new girlfriend, and the mom disappears. Hey, Amelia. Yeah, it is. It is early. I'm a little. So there's a divorce. There's a new girlfriend. There's nasty custody battle, and poof, mom disappears just out of thin air one day. They still have not found her. This is in 2019. And they did, though, end up arresting her estranged husband, Fotis Dulos. Fotis Dulos was arrested, but also his girlfriend, Michelle Troconis, was arrested. And the reason is because they have this couple, Fotis Dulos and and Michelle Troconis, driving around in a truck disposing of items in dumpsters. And one of the things that they dumped were Jennifer's clothes and some zip ties that had Jennifer's blood. Okay. So they know for sure that she and Jennifer, her poor family, has to go through this trial. Still having not found her, but the court just deemed her, they just ruled that she is deceased. And maybe it's because her blood was found on some zip ties that were being thrown away in a bag. Chopper. Like I said, you don't need a smoking gun, nor do you need the body to see. That's exactly right. And you know what was fresh in from Wendy's? Good for you. Did you get a Wendy's breakfast, or what time is it there? I'm sitting here. It's cold where I am, even though, yes, I know I'm on the West Coast. So, I have no reason to complain. But it's cold for California. Let me just tell you that. I don't even know. I don't know. I honestly don't know who that is, but sorry. I can't believe I said Wendy's as a breakfast place. I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, it is so weird. It is so weird. And also, I just read that there was an avalanche in Tahoe. There was an avalanche in Tahoe the other day, and they had to rescue some people. And I think maybe one person died and some others were injured, but for the most part they were. But that's unheard of. It's not, at least where the avalanche happened. It's pretty unheard of. So times are scary, y'all. Anyway, so one of the things that something that I found super super interesting is, as I was reading about this case, I needed to update myself on the case, just make sure that I was as up to date as possible. And one of the things that I read is that this case, as well as some others, but this was one of the primary ones. I don't think so, Chopper. I haven't heard anything about any results. It took them 2 months from what Vanessa said. Vanessa said it took her 2 months to get their ruling. It's don't get me started. Oh yes, and thank you. I didn't finish that part, Marie. As Marie says, Fotis Dulos, he killed himself while out on bond. Now he was out on bond, and he was about to have to go back in because his bond was about to be revoked. You know why? Because he paid his bond by leveraging properties that it turned out were going into foreclosure. he mortgaged, so he's a fancy house builder, and Jennifer, the victim, comes from a wealthy family, and so they have, as somebody else put here in chat, at the time that she was that she went missing and now probably murdered, she was renting a house in Connecticut for $15,000, and that was probably not a problem for her and her family. I think she also did have a career, but I'm forgetting at this moment what the career was. But he was a fancy house builder, and he was apparently $6 million in debt. They had 5 children together. The 5 children are now living in New York with Jennifer's grandmother. There are some sad accounts of this grandmother's appearance in court. She is elderly and somewhat frail, from my understanding. This is the type of stuff that makes me cry, because I have a very, very soft spot in my heart for really old people. So it sounds, oh yes, 2 sets of twins. Yeah. 2 sets of twins. So you will also hear, as the court proceeds, and people are on the stand and things like that, you will hear some low murmuring. The sound isn't that great in this courtroom. It's better than others that I've seen, but you will hear a interpreter because Spanish is Michelle Troconis's first language. I believe she's from Spain. Yeah. Were they were they both natural twins, or was it from and I'm not talking about you, I mean with Jennifer Dulos. So did she have was it due to fertility that she had twin, like was she inseminated and had twins, or did the two sets of twins come naturally, which would be extremely crazy. I mean, what a unique life they had, and yeah, be interesting. Anyway, the kids apparently are ranged in ages. I think the oldest is 17 and the youngest is something like 12, 13 to 17, something like that. So she had them, all fairly close together. Hello, opinionated juror. Hello, Jana. Hello to anybody else I might have missed. Amelia, my step grandma had 2 sets of twins naturally and 9 kids. Your step grandma. Good morning, Celeste. Nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning. At least good morning here. It's Clicker. I'm on my other login. Oh, it's Clicker. Opinionated Jurors Clicker. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. I do like this judge. I really like the energy of this judge. He's one of those gentlemen that he's a man of few words. He gets it done. He keeps his court running on time. He wears a bow tie. I like men who wear bow ties, and when they wear them well. When they wear them and unironically. Yeah, that is true. It is still morning on the East Coast, but it's not morning in the UK. Now, I don't know if many UK people or other people in other parts of the world are really that interested in looking at courts in the US, but yeah. Anyway, good morning, Bogart. For Adventure. Good morning, Kathy. And I was starting to tell you guys that as I was updating myself about this yesterday. Oh, the Melly case. Oh, there's some movement in the court coming up. Let's see what's going on. Yeah. So they have it muted. It's not me. They have it muted. This court mutes the microphone until. So the woman standing up on the right over here is one of the prosecutors. And Michelle Troconis is over there on the left. And
yesterday regarding the presumptive blood tests that were conducted by Detective Riley that he will be testifying to today. So that needs to be addressed prior to his testimony.
Thank you. Are you ready to call your witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bring the jury in, please.
My son is in Spain right now. Madrid. I'm super jealous of him. I've never been to Madrid, but I've been to Barcelona
Morning,
many
ladies.
times.
We resume today with a state witness. And this is
If I may, Your
Detective
Honor.
Pearson, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Jamie Pearson. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? May I approach the clerk? Thank you.
Yes, Jana. The woman with the cream colored top and the long hair, the longish. Her hair tends to change color. I have on my thumbnail. She's on my thumbnail with 2 different colors of hair. But yes, she's on the left with the long hair.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Yes. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Sergeant Jamie Pearson, JamiePearston.
Sergeant, you may be seated.
Affiliation?
Connecticut State Police, Western District, Major Crime.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
You currently work with the state police?
Yes.
And your current rank, please?
Sergeant,
How long have you been a sergeant with the Connecticut State Police?
approximately 2 years.
Thank you. Could you please describe some of your training and experience with the state police?
Yes, I was hired in 2008. At the time, I attended the State Police Academy. I have received extensive training throughout the course of the academy, as well as outside institutions, to include interview, crime scene processing, scene mapping, photography, evidence collection, blood pattern analysis, various other things.
Are you with a particular division or department within the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, Western District Major Crime.
And do you specialize in any, I guess, a specific part of major crimes?
Yes, I'm currently the supervisor of the crime scene van.
When you say crime scene van, can you just briefly explain what that is?
Yes, each district is assigned a van unit, which is comprised of detectives that is responsible for processing crime scenes, to include scene documentation, photography and such, as well as analysis, interpretation.
And you are currently the sergeant for Western District?
Yes,
In 2019, what was your role?
I was a detective within the same crime scene van unit.
How long have you been working in the van unit total?
I began in 2018 as a detective and then assumed command upon promotion.
And which was when?
2021.
Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention specifically back to that May 2019 timeframe. Did you have an occasion to respond to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan?
Yes,
Do you recall when you responded?
I responded on the 27th.
Was that the first time that you responded there?
It was.
Okay, so you did not go on the 24th or 25th?
No.
What was or why did you respond there?
I was tasked with producing a scene map as the continuation of scene processing was extended to the 27th.
Was anyone from New Canaan Police Department on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there was a marked cruiser securing the scene.
Bogart, I read
Who
that
else from the Connecticut
they are
State
not
Police?
required in Connecticut.
Myself, Lieutenant Colonel Davison, Detective Riley, Detective Hazen, Detective McGavin. I believe that was it.
And you mentioned a sketch map. Is that what you, could you just explain what that is?
Yes, we take measurements from the scene to produce a map which would depict spaces, whether it's size of a building or the room, the crime scene in question, as well as evidence in its relation to the scene.
In this case, what did you mean by scene?
I was tasked with mapping the garage of 69 Wells Lane.
What's the purpose of a sketch map?
We want to memorialize the location of evidence, as well as other items. It could be furniture or things of interest, things of value.
And you mentioned a few names of individuals who were with you. In the course of going through the garage, or what were their assignments?
Lieutenant Colonel Davison was called in to assist with the blood pattern analysis. Sergeant McGavin was the scene officer, so he produced a scene report. Detective Riley was responsible for evidence collection, and Detective Hazen took photographs.
And you mentioned a blood pattern analysis. What is that?
It's when the blood presented is analyzed and interpreted.
Are you trained in blood pattern analysis?
Yes.
Is that in any way connected to reconstruction of a crime scene?
I am not trained to the same level as others. I have a basic understanding and knowledge of blood stain.
You did not conduct the blood pattern analysis in this case, did you?
I did not.
Okay, who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davison.
Now, have you worked with Lieutenant Colonel Davison previously?
Yes.
About how often?
I began on patrol in 2008 with, at the time, Trooper Davison, but I've known him throughout my entire career. And when I joined Major Crime in 2013, he was in the unit and we worked together throughout that tenure.
Now, in the course of creating a sketch map, are there certain steps you take?
Yes.
Could you just walk through some of those steps that you
Yes.
you do?
Once the items are items of evidentiary value, I should say, once they are identified, I produce field notes where I am measuring them in to the scene and memorializing it in a note pattern. I then take the notes and put it into a report and produce a actual map utilizing Easy Street Draw, which is the program.
What types of tools do you use when you create the sketch map?
Various things. In this case, I used a laser distance measurer as well as a steel measuring tape.
Like Kid, your honor states 8, I believe, is a full exhibit, no objection?
That's correct, no objection.
States 8 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
I may just have 1 minute to sign in here.
She's charged with conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with evidence and trying to thwart the investigation. And also there is another co-conspirator. Good morning, Tracy, or hello, Tracy. There's another co-conspirator who's been charged
May I
and is going to
inquire,
go up for
Your
trial.
Honor, and of the clerk, if the televisions are on?
No.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
They're on there.
No. there's- Is Your Honor?
Yeah, me neither, Bogart. And I'm in true crime. Yeah, the other co-conspirator was his friend and lawyer. And the police say that he provided an alibi.
Take a look at what is conveyed on the screen behind you. And if I may, this is states 8, picture 1, which is actually a PDF. And Your Honor, I will say this is with respect to Sergeant Pearson, I have to alternate between PDFs and photographs, so it might not go as smoothly as I hope. With respect to what's behind you, Sergeant, if you can do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
that is the first map of 8, which is an overall of the garage located at 69 Wells Lane.
Now, you talked a little bit about taking measurements and utilizing a ruler and a tape measure, I guess. Is that a way to
Yes.
say it? Thank you. Can you walk us through, perhaps explain how you use those tools to create this map?
Yes, in this case, I used a rectangular coordinate method, which is the method where you have two steel tapes on the ground in this instance, and they intersect at a right angle to determine a distance from two known points. In this case, it was the footings of the poured cement garage floor.
Would you mind, please, Your Honor, may I ask her to go up to the screen point? Thank you. Sergeant Pearson, can you please head on up? When you say the footings, what do you mean?
Around the perimeter, there's approximately 3¼ inches of cement that protrudes to the interior of the sheetrock walls.
And do you have a marking next to that and you have an arrow directing it? This is in the, I guess, the bottom middle of the PDF. And a number on the top says 3.25. What does that mean?
That's the approximate measurement of that protrusion of cement.
Could you please explain on the, I guess, working your way from left to right, if you could just explain some of the markings. You have A, B, C. What is that?
So these were evidentiary zones that allowed us to segment the garage into a more workable space. And then I was able to take measurements from each evidentiary zone and elaborate or blow it up into a larger map.
With respect to the, I guess, zone G, why is that in the middle, or why is that depicted like that?
So G contained a vehicle at the time of processing, and we mapped G with the Range Rover in place as found by detectives.
And D, E, F?
Same as A, B, and C, it was in the southernmost garage bay. It was split into 3 evidentiary zones.
On the upper right side, or I'm sorry, not even upper right side, but on the right side, there is an arrow that has a number. I think it's 21, starting with 21. Can you just explain what that is?
Yep, so this is the interior dimension from wall to wall, which would be east-west in a measurement of 21 feet 1 inch.
Did you measure from, I guess it would be north-south as well?
I did, so from north to south, footing to footing, the interior measurement was approximately 33 feet and 11 inches.
Now, you also have writing on the left-hand side, and I'm putting my cursor on it over here. What does this mean?
This is part of our map legend, which is generally included in every map that we produce, and it includes the case number, the date, the type of case, the location, my name and signature, as well as the scale, north arrow, and whether or not it's one of the series.
Now, there's a marking right in, I guess, grid B that states area of convergence. What is that?
Area of convergence was determined on scene through measurements of the blood stains found relevant to this investigation. It's where a line is drawn through the long axis of each blood stain, and where those lines intersect in a two-dimensional plane is what's called the area of convergence.
Did you determine the area of convergence in this case?
I did not.
Who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davidson.
Is the area depicted on the map conveyed at the area B where it says area of convergence? Is that documented where that area was determined to be?
Yes, approximately.
Okay. And up here on G, on the, I guess, top middle, what is that supposedly supposed to depict?
That was 2 wooden stairs that left the garage floor and entered a entry door into a mudroom of the home.
You can have a seat, Sergeant Pearson. Did you map any other part of the garage? Or I'm sorry, not the garage, the residence?
I did not.
On states 8, picture 2. Sergeant Pearson, if you can just take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
that is the northernmost garage bay of 69 Wells Lane.
And I also see an A, B, C. What are those markings?
Those correspond with the evidentiary zones that we just saw in the map in that left or northernmost bay.
Did you conduct this, by the way, did you put the yellow marking tape down?
I did not.
Okay, who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davison.
Was that done before any seizing of exhibits or documentation of any exhibits that were found in the garage?
On the 27th, yes.
And I'm gonna draw your attention.
There's the house, you all. That's
Thank
me
you.
showing an image of the
And
house.
Sergeant Pearson, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen? This is states 8, picture 3.
Yes.
What is it?
This is a blowout of evidentiary zone A in that northern garage bay.
Would you mind also getting back up and pointing to a few things? I apologize. Thank you. Okay. On the, I guess, right middle, there are these dots with a letter and number, A18, A17, A16. What are those supposed to represent?
So items that are listed not as an exhibit. So for example, 18, 17, and 16, as well as 15, 14, 13, and 12. Those are items that were used for blood pattern analysis. Not necessarily exhibits unless it states next to it.
So with respect to A18, and then there's a parentheses, exhibit number 41, parentheses, close parentheses, what does that mean?
That is a piece of evidence, so seized as exhibit 41, but also utilized in the bloodstain pattern analysis.
So with respect to any documentation on your map that has a letter and number, it is only the ones, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, that have the exhibit next to it that were seized as exhibits in this case.
Yes,
And the others were used for reconstruction.
analysis, yes.
Analysis.
And the A corresponds to the evidentiary zone.
Opinionated. I'm not sure of your question. What was the reason for the question? Which question?
States 3, photograph 4. And if I can. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph?
Yes,
What is depicted?
AJ Friday.
this is evidentiary zone A.
Now, when something is seized as an exhibit, is it set as you delineated on your map, or is there a corresponding, I guess, sticky or marker tag or placard that is used on that to document it on the scene?
Yes, so typically if it is an item of evidentiary value, it is either noted by a yellow evidence placard. It could be a sticky scale, which has the exhibit number on it. It could be an arrow, something that could later be photographed and then mapped in to the scene.
States 8, picture 5. Sergeant Pearson, can you please explain what's depicted on states 8, picture 5?
This is evidentiary zone B, also in the northernmost bay of 69 Wells Lane.
And on the left-hand side, there are those numbers, B11, B10, and B9. Is that similar to what you just testified for in A?
It is. So again, items used for analysis within the B evidentiary zone are assigned B and a numeric. If it was used as evidence, we included the exhibit number.
Now, there are exhibit numbers here, if you can, that have a box or square, I should say, as opposed to a circle and no letter enumeration. It just says exhibit 43. Do you see where I'm pointing out?
Yes.
Can you explain that for me?
This is an item that was seized from evidentiary zone B, however, not utilized for bloodstain pattern analysis.
And does your map on B also show the area of convergence designated
Yes.
by Mark Davidson?
Yes,
Thank
on
you.
the right-hand side of the map.
States 8, picture 6. What does this depict?
This would be evidentiary
That's
zone
cute,
D
Chopper.
with exhibit 42.
And picture 7?
Evidentiary zone B with exhibits 42, 43, and various sticky scales that I referred to earlier.
And you pointed to the bottom right as an example. Is that an example of what you were saying designated as a exhibit or a marking that was used for reconstruction? Here,
These may have been, I can't quite see.
I can scroll up.
Yes, so that's an exhibit. It looks like, I can't tell. if
It's a little
50
blurry because
Yeah,
it's
58 or
zoomed in.
38, but
But if I can refer you back to your garage B map, would those, the stickies that you're pointing to, would they correspond with you're pointing to B3, B4, B5?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna show you states 8, picture 8. Briefly, if you can explain, please, what's depicted in that photograph?
Yeah, this is evidentiary zone C with items for analysis and exhibits of 69 Wells Lane.
The 9 on the bottom, down here, I am putting my cursor over it. Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you explain what that is?
that is a 9-foot wide garage door, overhead garage door, traditional garage door.
And it's the 3 on the left-hand side.
That is a 3-foot window.
Thank you, KPM. That is right. I was looking for that, but
States 8, picture 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the northernmost garage bay, evidentiary zones A, B, and C.
And the zone marked with C, is that corresponding with your map?
Yes,
I'm going to show you states 8, picture 10. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
yes.
What is it?
Evidentiary zones D, E, and F in the southernmost garage bay.
Did you map those sizes as well?
I did.
Okay, states 8, picture 10. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes.
What is it, please?
Evidentiary zone D with the relevant exhibits Cs.
States 8, picture 11. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
Evidentiary zone D.
Now, on picture 11, states 8, actually going to zoom in a little bit. There are these, I guess, white, backwards L-shaped things. If you can just explain what those are.
That is a scale typically used in photography to photo evidence and have a standardized scale in the photo.
States 8, picture 12. Do you recognize?
Thank you,
this
Chef.
photograph, please?
Yes.
Good morning.
Evidentiary zone E.
And states 8, picture 13. Could you please explain what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, it's a photo of evidentiary zone E.
Hey, Caroline.
States 8, picture 14. Same question, Sergeant, if you can.
Evidentiary zone F.
Now, did you, in the course of creating these maps, document every single thing that was seen in the photographs, the preceding photographs that I showed you?
No, I documented and measured in items of evidentiary value or items utilized for blood stain pattern analysis.
With respect to some of the markings that are, well, strike that if I can, states 8, picture 15. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Evidentiary zone F.
Now, with respect to items that are seen in this photograph, is every single thing that has either a white L-shaped ruler or other marking contained in your map states 8, picture 14. I'm going to put that up again. Is it, if you put the two side by side, it may take me a while and I might break my computer if I attempt to do that, but is everything contained in that photograph contained in your map?
No,
Okay. Oh, why is that?
the items, if we refer back to the photo, there's items nearest the trash can that have the large L scales. We just discussed those appear to be transfer type stains, but not seized as evidence or utilized in blood stain pattern analysis.
So with respect to some of those transfer type stains or markings in the garage, did you document those in your sketch map?
No.
Were those documented otherwise?
In photography, yes.
States 16, I'm sorry, it states 8, picture 16. Show you picture 16. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, this is evidentiary zone G.
With respect to exhibit 67, is that related to a actual exhibit?
It is not. Originally, an item was designated as exhibit 67 and subsequently photographed and mapped in. And it was later learned that it had been relocated and not seized as an exhibit. Therefore, I submitted an additional addendum map to correct that.
With respect to exhibit 67, do you know where exhibit 67, was there actually something that was delineated 67? Should say that.
On this map?
No.
Yes, so 67 was seized from the northern garage door, the interior side of the garage door.
And states 8, picture 17. What does this depict?
This is the vehicle that was located in evidentiary zone G with, it looks like several exhibits on the side as well as exhibit 44.
And when you conducted your analysis with respect to creating the map, the vehicle was in place?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat, Sergeant. Thank you.
Jenna, that is from an article that was written before he died.
With respect to any of the evidence that was collected on 69 Wells or in the garage, did you have anything to do with the evidence collection process?
No.
With respect to the Land Rover or Range Rover, actually, that you see on the screen behind you, did you have anything that day or anything to do with the evidence collection process with the Range Rover?
No.
Okay. With respect to a Chevy Suburban, are you aware there's a Chevy Suburban related to this case?
Yes.
Were you involved in the processing of that item?
Yes.
What day were you involved in that?
We traveled to New Canaan Police Department that following day, so the 28th.
And what was your assignment with respect to the Chevy Suburban?
I took the inventory of the Suburban.
By inventory, what do you mean?
We document the vehicle as found by Western District Major Crime detectives, and we inventory the items seized as well as the condition of the vehicle and some like mileage, damage, things like that.
Would that also include any blood spatter or anything that is, I guess, evidence processing? I don't know if that's the correct way to say it, but would it include it? If you can understand the question.
So that day we did process the vehicle fully, but the inventory does not contain evidence in that report.
What is the purpose of doing an inventory report?
We want to document everything that was found in the vehicles so far as like personal belongings, or I mentioned damage, mileage, things like that.
In the course of conducting the inventory search of the 2017 Chevy Suburban, did you determine if there were any WeatherTech liners in the vehicle?
Yes.
What do you mean by WeatherTech liners, or what are we talking about? So we're on the same page for what a WeatherTech liner is.
Yes, it's a custom formed, but it's a hard rubber mat that protects the vehicle floorboards, interior vehicle floorboards.
And were those custom mats inside the vehicle?
Yes,
Where?
the front left and front right had individual ones, and then there was a very large mat that spread from the second row passenger to the third row rear passenger, one large mat.
Was there a WeatherTech liner in the trunk of that vehicle?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The first days of the trial are always the least exciting. This is the second day. Like there's the opening statements, but we didn't have them in this one.
Good morning, Sergeant Pearson.
Morning.
I think we've spoken before.
Yes.
I just have a few questions about what you did at the residence in New Canaan. When you placed, there are a couple of pictures I just want to ask you about, and if I would ask that if we could put up just for a minute Exhibit 10A. And if you just look back there for a second.
We don't have a 10.
It's numbered, it's the Exhibit 8, but it's, 10. This is 10A from Exhibit 8 that you were just showing a little bit. And I'm just going to ask you if you would please explain. There is the yellow tape that's placed on the measuring tape. Is that in inches or in centimeters?
I believe it's just inches. I don't recall if the other side has metric measurements. I'd have to look at it closely.
Right. And you're aware of the fact that if it's metric, there are approximately 2.54 centimeters to 1 inch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You'll take my word for it.
I will.
All right. Can I zoom in a little bit, please, on the yellow tape measure, please? Zoom it in. And of course, it's a little bit blurry, but you can't tell from here whether it's inches or centimeters, is that right?
It appears to just be inches.
One article said it
And
was
then
going to
there's
last
the
6 weeks.
Could zoom out again, please. Now, you also made reference to some of these white tapes, and again, I'm just gonna, I'm referring to, we're talking about these little white items such as what's on
Welcome,
the
clicker.
blown up image now. Now, we can't read this in the blow up, can we?
I cannot.
So let me go to, let's go to Exhibit 11 and see if we can see it any better, please. And for the record, this is garage D. This is the section of the garage that you called.
Hey, Mel.
I think D, correct?
Yes.
The portion, all right. And if we can look at, there are a bunch of these little white tapes down there. If we could just slightly zoom in on the white L-shaped portion, let's do the larger one there. Now, there are little numbers that do appear on this photograph, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell whether those are in inches or in centimeters or millimeters for that matter?
I'm familiar with the largest of the two scales, and that is metric. The smaller may have, it looks like it's all metric.
Okay. And do you recall whether the numbers are, the number you see marked centimeters or millimeters? I'm assuming centimeters, but I'm asking you.
Yes, centimeters. The smallers would be millimeters.
All right. Now, if you look at the bottom right of this blow up there, where you see the yellow tape down at the bottom there, and again, I'm just gonna, for the record, these appear to be centimeters as well, do they not?
I believe they're inches.
Okay, fair enough. But if you compare the yellow to the white, you'll see that the measurements in yellow are, of course, where each number is larger than the number of spaces with the lines up on the white part. Is that correct?
Yes.
So just for the benefit of me, so if we're looking at the red mark that I'm now circling here, that's between the L shape of the white centimeter markings. Could you just describe, based on those measurements, the approximate size? And again, I'm not going to ask you to get up there and measure it, but how approximately sized do you see this red mark there? Approximately how long that is and how wide?
I'm merely guessing, but a couple inches possibly.
Okay. All right. And if you would now please go to number 17 on Exhibit 8, please. And you indicated that you marked the something on the ground there under the tire, that you placed that yellow marker on that in that photograph, correct?
No, I did not.
Can you just tell us who placed the markers?
I would guess the evidence officer did that.
Right. So when you say you guess, you weren't there when that was done. Right?
I did not see that, no.
Right. So you didn't have a say in which places markers would be placed,
No.
correct? So you come in there on this occasion, at least at the garage, to document what someone has already done with regard to the yellow placards.
Yes,
What about the white? We have a couple of those same white markers on the side of the Range Rover, correct?
yes,
Did you place those?
I did not.
So as I understand it, what about the yellow measuring tape in inches that's marking off the quadrants?
I did not place those.
Right. So someone else, do you know who did that, by the way?
The yellow tapes would have likely been Lieutenant Colonel Davison. The evidentiary items with the white scales or yellow placards, likely the evidence officer,
Okay.
Detective Riley.
But again, you weren't there for that, so you don't know.
I was there, I didn't do it though.
But you don't recall seeing who did it. It's 4.5 years ago.
No, I do not recall.
All right. But did anyone direct you on what to take pictures of on that occasion?
I didn't take any photographs.
No, I'm including the ones we're looking at right now. You took that one, didn't you?
I did not. I didn't take any photographs at 69 Wells. I simply mapped the garage.
I misunderstood. You
Yeah.
only did the measurements.
Correct.
And you used the measurements for your map design, which we saw, correct?
Yes.
So, and so I'm clear, of all the photographs that you were shown and you were asked to describe, you took none of those.
I did not.
The measurement maps that we have, you documented what was already in photographs that someone else did. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you added it to your various maps that we saw, right?
I did not. The state did. It's not in my report. I simply included the maps and my narrative in my report.
So when you say the state did, I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean by that?
I think it was prepared for court that way.
Oh, but did you not prepare the actual PDF maps that we just saw?
Yes, just not the photographs.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You didn't have photographs interconnected with those, with your maps?
Correct.
You just did maps?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Was there a redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
Or did you make that step?
Thank you.
So I find
Your Honor, if I may have a brief 5-minute break just to set up the computer with respect to Detective Riley. He is my only other witness for today, but there is some documentation the state wishes to show him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a matter of setting up for the next witness. We would ask that you return to the deliberation room, please do not discuss the case.
okay. They're taking a break to prepare for the next witness. Oops.
Do you want me to call them up on my calendar?
There's a close-up of Michelle Troconis. So did you hear that? The prosecutor said that will be only other witness today. So either this is going to be a really long and very important witness. What is he saying? Look at this judge. I love this judge.
So if you can muffle the clip, that would be in compliance with the order.
What are they talking about? Wait.
Compliance. The court's order is that there be no photos taken for which we can hear a click.
Ooh. Ooh.
That is not permitted. So if you can muffle the clip, that would be in compliance with the order.
He's like, show me some respect, y'all.
We have to take up the argument on the motion to preclude presumptive blood testing at this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, they're taking up a motion.
Can I just have a moment? It's my understanding that through this witness, the state is going to try to introduce at least 3, perhaps 4, because I went through this last night, photographs of the glow of either luminol or Kastle-Meyer, which is shortened in some documents to KM, which is the reagent test, the presumptive test for blood. I had cited in my motion State versus Moody. I also cited the New Jersey appellate court case of State versus Pittman and the Arkansas case of Young versus State, which were subsequent to Moody, that all stand for the proposition that the presumptive test for blood, whether they use luminol or they use the Kastle-Meyer product, is some kind of an aerosol spray that reacts to different substances. One of the substances is blood. There's other fluids that do, but also certain kinds of cleansers do, certain rust products do. There may be I saw one article that listed 30 things that react to it. Now, I'm not sure, other than what the state mentioned yesterday, the idea that it should come in just so that the state can explain why certain pictures were taken. We're about to see, I didn't count them all, but about 40 photographs that cover all of these same areas. We've already seen pictures of drops of blood, alleged blood, or blood-like stains from both the Suburban and from the garage. We also had the video that showed and there were zoom ins of the same thing, as well as the body camera showing something that was a blood-like stain. Now, State versus Moody addresses 2 issues, and the case that was mentioned yesterday, the Grant case, and there are a couple of other appellate court cases. There were 2 issues in Moody, and I want to make this clear because the state has kind of conflated the 2 issues. The first issue in Moody was whether or not a lay witness or anyone else, a police officer, could imply that something looked like blood, and whether a lay opinion was appropriate in the absence of confirmatory testing. Both in Moody, there's another case called Whipple, State versus Whipple, where they discuss that, and then in Grant, they explain the difference between the findings in Moody and Whipple and in the Grant case, where it wasn't about luminol, it wasn't about this presumptive blood testing, it was instead about whether a lay witness can say, looked like there was a pool of blood, the person was bloody, etc. And that was the issue in those later cases. I think I emphasized yesterday, I don't want to have to re-quote it, but the Supreme Court specifically, the Supreme Court of Connecticut has specifically said that there is absolutely no probative value whatsoever in the presumptive testing. And therefore, the fact that they took some additional photographs, which we're going to have every inch of these vehicles being photographed anyway, because there's a presumptive test that glowed is going to confuse the jury. And I'm going to explain, it's not just going to be about here. Later on, when they do the presumptive test of the glow, the luminol in the Tacoma, it wasn't blood at all. It's not human. It's not organic. So it's the only possible reaction of this jury is they're going to be thinking that somehow, aha, the fact that this turned, it glowed in the blue light, there must be more blood there. There's hard, as the court is well aware, there is not very much blood at all on either scene, either on the Suburban, which now the court has seen, or in the garage. So the danger here is the prejudice is the jury's going to think, oh, well, there's more because this spray makes it look like there was even more that we're not picking up. But in both cases, as far as I know, when they tested it, it was when they went to the lab, it was not blood. But when we get back to the issue at hand, since it has no probative value under Moody, and the issue has to do with whether or not it's going to either be confusing or in some way prejudicial. If they're going to try and introduce it, then I insist that we have a Porter hearing, because if the court, I thought it's already been decided that it has no value, and a lab person down the road may testify to that, but in light of your ruling from yesterday, if the state doesn't ask a subject matter, I don't get to cross-examine about it, and then only if I decide to put on a case in the defense case would it even come out. And so, in following the court's rulings and the way the court wishes to proceed, we're talking about 3 or 4 pictures today through Detective Riley, or I don't know if he's now a sergeant, but he was a detective at the time, and asking in the question why he took certain pictures, which I submit is irrelevant since they took pictures of everything and documented everything. So in light of the decision in Moody and in the case of State versus Whipple, where there's such a strong view by the Connecticut Supreme Court that has no probative value, and they use the word whatsoever, that it will only lead to prejudice. And I submit that the argument that, well, they can distinguish Moody, not on this issue. There is not a single case that I could find anywhere that said that it had probative value at all. That is, we're talking about this reagent spray test, at any probative value whatsoever. But there's a lot of not only danger of prejudice, but confusion. What's the jury going to think? What's the court going to instruct the jury? That it has no value and we're only putting it in because that's where the officer wanted to take pictures? There's like 40 pictures we're about to see from Detective Riley. The whole car, the 3 pictures where they use the blue light to do that, or the black light rather, and it looks blue in the photographs. There's no explanation for it. There's no legitimate basis for it. So on those bases, I ask the court to preclude, again, we're talking about 3 or maybe 4 pictures out of 40 which are going in. I could also argue cumulative, but we don't even get to that in light of the fact that there's just such danger with this particular misunderstanding and misapprehension for what's essentially junk science. There are a lot of things they could, I'll give you one last example and I'll see. There could be a situation where a police officer conducts a polygraph test and said, yes, polygraphs are not admissible, but based on what was said, I then went and did X. But of course, the Supreme Court has said you can't bring in polygraph for any reason because it's not reliable and has no probative value. So to use that as the reason for conduct by a police officer in this case would certainly be more prejudicial than probative. And it's also not necessary for the state's case to prove their case. I just have 1 minute. I've also been reminded that in Moody, the court talked about how that particular piece of evidence had an impact on the jury. And that's why the Supreme Court was so adamant that it's not admissible because it has no validity in either science or in law. Thank you.
So first,
Attorney Schoenhorn, the court wants to understand what the nature of the testimony may be from this next witness. So this next witness took photographs, is that correct?
No, that is not correct, Your Honor. If I may interject, the next witness didn't take any photographs. The next witness is the evidence officer who determined which items in the garage to seize as exhibits and or document as evidence. He authored an evidence report or exhibit report, which indicates every item that is documented on Sergeant Pearson's map. He is the individual who made that decision in connection with with Lieutenant Colonel Davidson to examine those items. He also, if you look at the exhibit report, did KM testing on around 30 of those exhibits, Your Honor. Some of which, about 4 of them came back negative. He documented that as well. There are about 3 or 4 photographs the state intends to introduce as well with respect to the luminol that was done on the car that counsel is referring to, but it's not by itself what this detective is testifying to. He's testifying to the content of the photographs, not taking them. So just to be very clear on that.
Well, what is his testimony expected to be?
His testimony is going to walk through the garage, identify the items that were seized as exhibits in 69 Wells itself, in the house.
So let the court interject here. His testimony is going to be what items were seized that were of evidentiary value, correct?
And what he did when he processed the scene, yes.
Let's just talk about what he decided to seize.
Yes, Your Honor.
So his testimony is going to be he decided to seize what?
With respect
to
the
this issue.
presumptive test. Yes, Your Honor. He worked in connection with Lieutenant Colonel Davidson with respect to the blood pattern analysis that was done. He seized various swabbings of various blood spatter that was found, including some of the exhibits. He tested them for using the KM test. He then swabbed them, the process of swabbing them and logging them as exhibits in this case.
So again, the court has to ask this question. What he did was swab those areas of that vehicle or garage floor, correct?
He swabbed those areas and he performed the KM test. And then they were subsequently sent to the lab. He is part of that chain in command. That is the nature of the testimony presented, Your Honor, with respect to the presumptive test.
So he is going to be asked, the court assumes, that he did not take the photographs, correct? Because Attorney Pearson did not take the photographs.
She did not, and the state did not offer them as a photographer. I offered them as a representation of what the map was. And
well, the only way, counsel, that the jury knows what was or what the garage floor looked like was through photographs. The only way that your next witness can testify about what he swabbed is because we saw the photographs.
Those, and there are more photographs that the state intends to introduce. He will testify to each one if necessary. If counsel is objecting to those photographs coming in, then I will lay a foundation for each and every one, utilizing the screen and asking him if that is a fair and accurate representation of what he observed that day and what he sees as evidence. I have no problem doing that, Your Honor. I did not do that, by the way, with Sergeant Pearson, just for the court, because counsel did not have any objection to the photographs coming in to save time, but I will if that is what is needed.
Well, the testimony is going to have to reach the point where he says he swabbed this area because.
Yes.
And that's where this issue arises, correct?
If I may just clarify and actually bounce off what counsel said, what we discussed yesterday, and I believe the court order ruled an issue on, is the fact that the police officer can testify or even lay witness can testify that something appears to be blood-like. That would be the start of the testimony. Then I believe Detective Riley will testify as to, once he determined that it was blood-like, what his next steps were, either to swab it or test it for utilizing the KM test. So it's a link in the chain after. So just to keep those two issues separate.
Just to phrase it colloquially, he's going to testify, it looked like blood to me.
Yes.
Next, he's going to indicate that it was swabbed because it looked like blood to him.
Yes.
And also he performed a presumptive test, correct?
Yes, but just to qualify that, Your Honor, I don't believe that the only reason it was further swabbed and further steps were taken was simply because of the look of the item. It was the entire concept or the facts of the case, including the fact that we have Jennifer Dulos is a missing mother of 5 who dropped her kids off from school and never returned home, including the fact that it all happened in her home. The blood was positioned in one location and made it more likely that it was blood. There were numerous factors going into his decision. So it is a little more nuanced than that.
Well, counsel has indicated that there are a number of grounds on which he believes that a lay witness should not testify concerning the presumptive test. Now, what counsel laid out, and the court is just indicating what it understands from the argument. First, it may confuse the jury. Second is that it was prejudicial. Well, the issue is not whether it's prejudicial, it's whether it's unfairly prejudicial. So what the court is going to do is review State versus Moody and any related cases. And we have to take a recess for that.
And if I may, Your Honor, I would ask the court to review State v. Grant, which is 286 Con 499.
286 Con 499.
Hi, Happy Heart.
2008 case, as well as State v. Downing, which
State v. Downing.
Downing, DOWNING, 68 Con App 388, 2002.
The citation again, please.
68 Con App 388, 2002 case. And of course, the state would always refer, yesterday I referred to State v. Schaefer, which is that 1975, 168 Con 309. So I would ask the court to review those. And then after, at some point, the state would like to be heard on the motion, on the legal analysis side of it. I would just ask the court for that time when the court is ready.
One other matter that we don't have to talk about this second, but what I just heard Attorney Manning say is that they're also going to suggest that the reason certain pictures were taken because of all this hearsay that he heard. So they're going to do a narrative about what they think their theory is, which again is not necessary. This is the evidence technician who gathered evidence. I was also under the impression, based on what was said, that they took photographs at the same time. But if they didn't, I'm not going to object to the other photographs coming in through this witness. They obviously, whoever took them, and there are multiple detectives who took photographs at various points. I'm not going to require the author of those photographs because any witness can say, is this fair and accurately represent what it looked like when you're in there? So I'm indicating
Angie,
that
baby.
for the record. However, asking to explain why he took certain photographs so we can get into multiple narratives about the hearsay about the case, when all he needs to say is, I went in there, I had information, and I took photographs. What he heard about the case is not relevant to his actions. And it would also involve the confrontation, my right to confront and cross-examine about whatever he was told, whether it was accurate or an inaccurate, where this witness won't be able to say. And I just think it'll take us on a little detour, unnecessary detour through allegations that were being made in the media and from other individuals. So I just note that may be part of what's going to be heard. I just don't know.
Can I just clarify again? This witness did not take the photographs. Counsel keeps reiterating about why photographs were taken. It's not the state's
Hi, Micro
intention
Kimmy.
to offer testimony that Detective Riley ordered those photographs taken because the photographer meant to take that specific photograph. It's the actual exhibit Cs.
Fair enough. I will amend my remarks. The fact that he took certain swabs does not depend upon the nature of the investigation in terms of what he had heard about what had happened in the days before he got there. He was assigned to take certain, it looks the way it looked, he took certain swabs, and then it went to the lab. I have no objection to any of that. It's this prejudicial notion that we have to get into either hearsay or worse, junk science as a basis, which the Supreme Court has said easily confuses the jury, especially since we won't be hearing from the lab until at least a week from now, as far as I know.
If I can, Your Honor, just clarify a few things here. And again, I would like to be heard on the law. So prior, if at some point I would, so before we get back into cases, but just for, just to make sure that the record is very clear that the detective with his training experience is going to testify, and this is the offer of proof, about why he took a swab. It's not just because of the color. Otherwise, we'd be taking ketchup stains everywhere. It is because of his training and experience and his interpretation as the evidence officer. He has a right to that testimony. With respect to the law, I will reserve my argument for when Your Honor deems fit.
Well, it is clear that the evidence officer was summoned to 69 Wells Lane because there was a missing persons report. So one could claim, well, that's hearsay.
I'm not objecting to that, Your Honor. Just
Thank you. This is going to take some time for the court to review these cases. So, of course, the court would allow the jury to go into a recess at this point anyway. We're probably not going to come back until 12:15. Stand in the recess until 12:15.
All rise. This honor was to the court now stands in recess until 12:15.
They are standing in recess until 12:15, which is 45 minutes away. 45 minutes away. Almost an hour. It's like an hour away. So I'm sitting here thinking, do I want to sit here and entertain y'all for an hour while we wait for them? Or do we start things back up? Maybe we switch to another trial for a sec. Hold on one moment. Hold on. I think there is another trial going on. I think it's called the Treehouse Murder. Yeah. I have not been following this treehouse thing whatsoever, but this defendant is representing himself, so it might be somewhat interesting. Hold on. I'm getting to it. Hold on.
Definitely naming her as a suspect, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, you just told me a second ago that they interviewed Anathea Clay, but it wasn't until way after, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Year and a half, 2 years, something like that. Is that? I'm not sure if I heard correctly. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I believe it was sometime in 2019.
So 2019 from a crime that happened in 2017.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did anybody, that you know of, I mean, did they try to apprehend Miss Clay? I mean, was there a warrant out for her arrest? I mean, she's a suspect.
No,
Okay, so to your knowledge, nobody ever put out a warrant for her.
no.
Okay, and did they ever do any other work trying to find Miss Clay? I mean, did they, what attempts were made to find this murder suspect?
We never got to the point to classify her as a murder suspect, and I am unfamiliar with what attempts were made. That wasn't in my scope of the investigation to locate her.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. If I remember right, your scope in the investigation, you're right below the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it wouldn't be in the scope of your investigation to know where a murder suspect is.
Again, Anthea Clay never became a murder suspect during the course of our investigation.
Well, didn't you just tell me you had a witness that literally stated that, she set this crime up as payback? Okay.
Yes, we had two people that told us that Miss Clay had potentially set up this robbery to occur.
I don't know what's going on with the court audio.
Did you ever make any attempts to interview her? Bring her in for an interview or to talk to her?
I did not. That was not part of my job in this investigation.
Okay. Did you know of anybody, besides yourself, who may have done this?
I don't know.
Okay. So to your knowledge, they don't interview her, pick her up or interview her until 2019.
I know that's when she got interviewed.
Okay. And did they arrest her after the interview?
No, sir.
Okay. And was the evidence still the same, or did it change, or is there a reason why she wasn't arrested?
Because she never rose to the level of a murder suspect in this investigation.
With two witnesses saying that she was?
Objection argumentative. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now, did you know, I want to know a little bit more about the Anthea Clay thing, just a little bit. Okay, it's Treehouse, was I think I asked you if you were there, if Miss Clay, when she was brought back to the Treehouse on the second day. You said no, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay, so you weren't there for this, but did they find any evidence that you know of from Miss Clay at the Treehouse on the second day that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Were you ever made aware of writings on a wall that were on the Treehouse wall?
Yeah, in like 2019, I believe.
You were made aware of those in 2019.
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't know anything about those until then.
Correct.
Okay, good. And what were these writings on the wall purported to be?
Honestly, I don't
remember
know.
what they were?
No,
Okay.
sir.
And do you remember what evidentiary value they had?
No, sir.
Okay, so I don't know, you said you saw pictures, is that correct?
I may have seen a picture, but not that I recall. It was like spray paint words on a wall.
Okay, but you don't know who wrote them and you don't know?
No, sir.
Okay, were you there for when they interviewed Miss Anthea Clay?
I was not.
Okay, so that would have been who interviewed her? Just out of refreshing my memory.
I believe that was Captain Phelps, Detective Corey, and maybe Detective Moeller.
Okay. All right. So, that would be Detective Mueller, Detective Corey, and Captain Phelps.
Yes, sir.
All right. And, okay. Again, we're back to the beginning of the investigation again. So the first night you said you took care of Paula. And then the next night, and then after that, it was Roger Roget, right? And you interviewed him. Okay. So what did you do on the second day besides canvas? Anything?
I believe that was it.
Just canvassing for evidence, and you didn't find any?
No, I didn't.
Okay, what evidence were you there? What evidence were you there for when that was gathered?
I believe it was the second day they found a mask and a boat.
Okay, but you didn't collect it, somebody else did. Who was it that collected that evidence? Do you remember?
I don't know. I wasn't there when they found it. I just was told they found it.
Okay, so you're told they found it. Oh, you didn't actually see it.
I saw it.
Oh, okay. You
As
saw
we
it.
were waiting for the crime scene detective, whichever one it was, come and get it.
Okay, so someone come and bag it and tag it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so, but you never found any evidence on that second day?
No, sir.
Okay, what would you do on the third day?
I believe more walking and canvassing Stock Island.
Do you remember knocking on any doors? I mean, do you remember what neighborhood you were canvassing in, where you were?
We were walking, a good majority of the time was in Water's Edge Trailer Park. That's not there anymore, but it was just down the street from where the treehouse was.
Okay.
In that area, and then focusing on Second Street that goes past Tom Thumb, the fire station, Florida Keys Electric, and then the warehouse.
Okay.
In that area.
So just that little part of the neighborhood in Stock Island.
Yes, that general area.
You just kind of reminded me something about the Florida Keys Electric video. That was, for the record, was that the video that I had you replay up there? The one with, we were talking about John Travis Johnson, that stuff.
Yes, I believe that was the Florida Keys Electric video.
Okay, just want to make sure. And how much time of the video did they give? How much time did you guys collect? Do you remember?
I don't
on that
know.
video?
I don't know.
You don't remember? Okay, yeah, you weren't the one who collected that. I forgot. But do you know of any more than I think it's 7 minutes, I want to say, but whatever that video is in length, did you guys ever get any more from Florida Keys Electric that you know of?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so not to your knowledge. Okay, so we're back to, you're canvassing the neighborhood and you're going through all the different locations, that are close to there, I guess. Was it the Tom Thumb, the fire department, the treehouse, and you said Water's Edge Trailer Park. Okay, so you didn't find anything in those areas, is what you told us. This would be the third day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're on the third day, nothing there. What'd you do on the fourth day?
The fourth day, I believe I spent a good majority of the time watching surveillance videos.
Okay, watching videos.
Oh,
And
wow. Thank you,
what were the
Angie,
surveillance
Angie
videos? Did you
baby.
collect them yourself?
I
Or did
appreciate
somebody bring them
that.
to you, or?
Most of them were brought to us by different detectives.
All right, it's different detectives bringing them in from different places, right? Like the CVS or whatever, right?
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
sir.
gotcha. But you're reviewing them, checking them out to see what you find.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, gotcha. And okay, so while you're doing this, these surveillance videos, again, which places were you actually reviewing? Was it which videos?
It was mainly CVS's.
The CVS's videos?
Yes.
Okay, and did you collect all the tapes from CVS, or did they give you all the tapes from CVS?
I believe so. There's hours upon hours.
I seem to remember the same thing.
Okay, yes.
Now, but you believe they gave you all the video footage they had from CVS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there weren't any cameras broken? There weren't any cameras that were malfunctioning or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay, good. And did you find anything in the CVS videos that you were reviewing?
No, sir.
Okay, so they weren't really of evidentiary value. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other videos besides CVS?
At that time, no, I don't believe so. I believe it was
Just,
mainly the CVS videos.
okay. So just the CVS videos, this would be, what, the fourth day? Fourth
Yes,
day?
yeah,
Okay.
the fourth day.
So what'd you do on the fifth day?
The fifth day, I believe, is the day that I assisted with the photo lineup
Okay.
with Todd O'Quinn. We also got the Cosme video
Okay.
on the fifth day.
Okay, do you remember when you got the video?
I do not.
I don't remember if it was in the morning or the afternoon.
I believe it was late. I
Okay,
believe it was
more in the evening.
more in the evening.
Okay,
yes.
so more than, and okay, now, let's see, 17th, I said we're on day 5, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so that would be 17th to the 18th, 19th, 20th, and then 21st. Okay, what did you do on the 21st?
The 21st.
Oh, actually, that would be the 5th day, would be the 21st. Now, again, you just said that you were reviewing videos. Did you do anything else that day?
Not that I recall.
Did you guys perhaps conduct a no-knock raid on the warehouse on the 21st?
Yeah, that might have been the 21st.
Okay, was Mr. Wilson taken into custody on the 21st?
I would have to refresh my memory as to the exact date that
Oh.
happened.
Did they? Okay, you were, if I remember correctly, you were there. So when I brought in to the station on
That
the
was
21st,
unnecessary.
was I brought in handcuffs?
Sounds kind of like an unnecessary dig.
Yes, I do believe so, sir.
Okay, and now did you at one time say I was free to go?
I
At
don't
any
know if
time.
I don't know if I said it, but somebody did.
Okay, and this is, but I'm in handcuffs, right?
I don't recall.
Anyway, so I'm brought in on the 21st. We established that because that was the night of the no-knock raid. Now, the no-knock raid, you took myself and Rory Wilson down to the headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not you personally, somebody else drove me. Okay, and this is where you did the initial interviews with the suspects, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, you know, like I said, you know, at some point, because I actually remember we did the interviews together somewhat, but okay, in the interview process, was I taken out of the interview room and taken downstairs and put in a squad car, still in handcuffs,
You were placed back into handcuffs.
and put down in a squad car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long was I down there?
I don't know offhand.
What was the purpose of putting me down there?
I believe so we can interview Rory.
Okay. Now, was I still free to go at any time?
At that time, no, I don't know. I would say no, you were in handcuffs in the back of a police car.
Okay, and was I in handcuffs in back of a police car when I left the warehouse to come back? Or when I entered this, I should say, because you were at the station, when I entered the station, did I enter in handcuffs?
I don't recall.
Okay, this would be right after that. Okay, so were you at the raid itself?
I was.
Okay, and did you initiate the search warrant for that raid?
Did I write the search warrant?
Did you go and seek the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and you're the one who got the search warrant for it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did you write the search warrant for specifically?
For any and all evidence that could be found at whatever the warehouse's exact address on 2nd Street.
The address of the warehouse is a big place.
Yes, sir.
So
He may
was
have
it
a
the
point
address
with
for
all
the
this.
entire warehouse, or was it just that one spot?
It was the address for the warehouse, but I do believe I specified the living areas where Rory Wilson
Okay.
was at.
Okay, so Rory Wilson's apartment.
Yes.
Okay, was Rory Wilson's apartment attached to the upstairs of the warehouse?
Honestly, it was all attached.
I mean, was it considered the same spot? I mean, like, okay, a lot of apartments and apartment buildings are attached, but that doesn't mean they're the same apartment. Was it the same spot as far as, was it the same apartment, or was it a different apartment upstairs?
To my knowledge, it was the same apartment
And, okay, what led you to believe that?
because I didn't know anything else about the warehouse other than it was sectioned off into apartments.
Okay, and how long were you at the warehouse when that night? I don't know, so I'd like to ask.
Maybe 20 minutes?
20 minutes, and when was this, when they first came in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so were you there at the front door, or were you at the back?
I was at the front door.
Okay, and the front door, and now the front door is the one they took me out of, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, because I don't remember, but okay. But here's the thing, it's okay. So you were at the front door, but you weren't close enough to see whether or not I was the one that they pulled from upstairs.
Correct. I was there at the front to set the perimeter around so where I was at when they executed the search warrant was all the way out at the street.
Okay.
Watching the street and kind of the sides of the very large building of
Good,
the
yeah.
warehouse.
You just explain to the jury, the whole idea of the perimeter, what you're doing with the perimeter when you did that.
Yes, sir.
I mean, explain to them what you're doing when you're doing that. What are you doing when you're setting the perimeter? Why did you do it?
In case somebody, when we executed the search warrant, in case somebody fled out of the building, would be out far enough to be able to detain them, apprehend them, find out who they are.
So back to that. So the idea from the beginning was to detain me, right? To detain me, not just Rory Wilson, but to detain me.
I didn't know who you were, sir.
Okay, so you didn't know who I was at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, you don't know, but you know who I was after I got to the station, correct?
Mhm.
So when I get to the station, where do I go from there? Do you remember?
After we were done with the interviews,
After they brought me into the station, what'd you guys do with me?
interviewed
Point,
you.
I'm gonna object on a relevance basis. Oh, I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Thank you. Ms. Malone, what did you guys, I'm in handcuffs. Coming into the station, what did you're there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who else was there? Do you remember?
Detective Pitcher was there.
Okay. And anybody else?
Probably Captain. Specifically, that would have been there.
Yes,
So who brought
Bogart.
me in? Who brought me in? Where'd they put me? It wasn't you, correct?
It was not me.
Okay, so it wasn't me. When's the first time you met me?
In the interview room.
In the interview room. Okay, so we're in the interview room. You just brought me in. I would assume your intentions were to question me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you guys ask me a bunch of questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at the end of those questions, did they let me go? Did they allow me to leave the station?
Yes, after the interview, you were free to leave and you left.
Okay, and so is it safe to assume that there wasn't, in your opinion or in the lead detective's opinion, whoever's making the decision, it wasn't enough to arrest me?
Correct.
Okay, and okay, so afterwards, I'm obviously free. I get arrested the night of the 22nd, because I remember that 21st went to the 22nd. But okay, that night, what changed in between the 21st and the 22nd when I get arrested?
During your interview and Rory Wilson's interview, you both put yourselves with John Travis Johnson.
Well, that's, we might have to watch that too. But okay, so the thing is,
I will sustain the objection. Again, there's no commentary allowed.
I'll watch myself here on. Okay, Ms. Malone, you said that, I was brought in because of that. What I'm saying is our interviews were done on the 21st, right? Rory
Correct.
Wilson's and mine, the ones that you just said that we used John Travis Johnson as an alibi or whatever, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I was let go after that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you're saying I was arrested for those same two interviews. So why wasn't I arrested at that point?
Because we had not interviewed John Travis Johnson yet.
Okay, so it was John Travis Johnson's interview that got me arrested.
That was the final, to put it all together, everything that we knew. Yes, sir.
John Travis
Now,
Johnson, you're in
I'm
trouble.
wrong. Rory Wilson allegedly testified that, or made statements about me. It's not again, it's alleged that it's Rory Wilson allegedly made statements about me, correct?
Yes, he stated that you were there during the planning of the
I'm
robbery.
just asking whether or not he made statements. I didn't ask what he said.
Sorry. Yes.
Now, okay, so that is what you're alleging here. And okay, John Travis Johnson allegedly made statements against
She
me,
got that
correct?
in, didn't
Yes, sir.
she?
Okay, and those are the two things. Anything else in this investigation? So far, we're up to day 5 when I get arrested. Anything else in this investigation saying that, saying I had something to do with this?
The Cosme video.
And the Cosme video, you just said not too long ago, correct me if I'm wrong, that Cosme video, you can't tell who's in the video, that you decided who's in the video based on the investigation.
Correct.
Okay, and your investigation was Rory Wilson and John Travis Johnson at this point, right?
Correct.
So you're saying that their word tells you that I'm the guy in the video.
Correct.
Okay, and even though you can't see me, in the video. So it's just them saying it's me, that's good enough, right?
Asked and
I
answered.
don't understand. I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe I should clarify myself just a little bit. I guess I'm a little nervous or whatever. But here's the thing. Video, when we were watching the video, we established that, yes, you could not see anybody in that video, right?
I could see people, body shapes,
Body
body
shape.
made,
But not make an identification,
not faces, no, sir.
right? No faces. Okay, and now you just testified that the only investigation that you knew of me, right, was from Rory and Travis.
And the Cosme video.
Well, again, this is what we're talking about, this Cosme video. Cosme video, you said you can't identify anybody in it, right? So, okay, if you can't identify anybody in it, I'm asking how that is evidence against me at that point.
Yes, this is argumentative. It's been asked and answered.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Okay, well, we'll move on. Okay, so I get arrested, right? Do you remember were you there when they arrested me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, they took me, if I remember correctly, took me over to the jail, and, would that be? No, I'm sorry, I'm trying to,
Sustain the objection. It's his testimonial, so you can.
Okay.
ask questions,
Okay.
not testify.
did you see me again after I went to jail?
When I got the buccal swab.
Vocal swab. Now, you'll have to refresh my memory because I don't remember you taking a vocal swab from me, but did you, could you please tell me what day that was?
I would have to look at
Now,
the
did you,
property receipt to refresh my memory as to what day it was.
okay, I'd be perfectly happy to let you do that because I honestly don't remember. And I don't remember if you did do one on me. So the thing is,
You're funny,
Uh,
Francie.
do you remember, again, you put it into evidence, correct? Is there any other vocal swabs from me that you know of?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay, so that's the DNA that was used for the FDLE report. Is that correct?
I would assume so. That's not my purview, but I
Oh,
would-
you bagged it and you tagged it, right?
and turned it in.
And then it goes from that to whoever is going to do the testing or whatever.
Yes, sir.
All right, gotcha. Okay. All right, so we're at that stage. Now, did you interview any of the witnesses in the case?
I was there when Roosevelt Washington was interviewed.
Okay, Roosevelt Washington.
Yes.
Did he say I had anything to do with this?
Objection here
Or-
sustained.
Did he have any evidence, anything of evidentiary value to add to your investigation?
No.
Okay, so nothing from Roosevelt Washington, right? And please tell me, tell the jury actually who Roosevelt Washington was and why you would even be interviewing.
He was in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet when the robbery occurred.
Okay, so this is another person who was on scene when it actually happened,
Yes, sir.
but he didn't have anything to say really of evidentiary value.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So moving on. Any other witnesses that that you actually talked to?
I talked to one subject, Odom. I don't remember his first name.
Would that be,
They're one of the neighborhood canvases,
would it be Austin Odom?
probably,
Okay. And do you remember why he was of interest to you?
because we were talking to all kinds of people that were in the area, and he lived at the warehouse.
Okay. So lived at the warehouse. To be clear, was it thought that we were all living at the warehouse?
I believe Paula stated that she thought Detroit lived there.
She's gotten a trike lift there?
That Detroit, Roy
Detroit
Wilson,
lived there. Gotcha.
lived there.
Could you please again tell them who Detroit, AKA
Detroit
is?
is the street name for Rory Wilson.
Okay. Now, you're saying because you got information that Detroit lived there, right? Now, how did you guys obtain this information?
That was, I believe Paula told me that in her interview.
She told you?
That he lived in a warehouse, possibly on Front Street, but she wasn't certain, but it
Okay.
was in that area.
Now, could you, if I let you refer again back to your affidavit, would you have wrote the same thing in your affidavit?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you write the same thing, what you just said to us in your affidavit, that you had found that out by Paula Belamonte's
I don't know
statements?
if I wrote that in my affidavit or not.
Okay, but do you remember what you wrote in your affidavit?
I remember a majority of what I wrote. It's
Just,
4 pages long.
okay, no, I'm sorry. I was, just not that one, right? That one you don't remember.
I don't remember if I wrote that in there or not.
Okay. Just want to clarify. All right. So do you remember what else you wrote in that affidavit?
Can you be more specific?
Okay. About my part in the crime. Do you remember how I came about to be a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that?
We had found out that Rory Wilson had been at Metro PCS to pay a phone bill with another subject.
Was I a subject at that point?
No,
Okay. So I was nobody at this point.
correct.
Okay.
At
And
this point, I'm gonna object. He asked a question, and he's not letting the computer answer.
well, it's just,
I'm gonna overrule the objection. At this point.
I would, again, I apologize. I just,
I overruled the objection. I didn't see a problem there.
Okay. Miss Malone, okay. Again, how did I become a suspect as far as, okay, you didn't know anything about me at this point, Metro PCS, phone bill, please continue.
I believe Metro PCS gave us your name because I believe it was you that was actually paying your phone bill. And then two of the general crimes detectives that was assisting us went over to, I believe, the warehouse and talked to you, and you gave us the name of Rory Detroit Wilson.
Okay. Did they say I acted suspicious or that there was something that, something I did that made me a suspect at that point?
No,
Okay. So I'm still not a suspect, right?
no, sir.
Okay. And so please continue. Where'd we go after that? How did, again, how do I become a suspect?
Once we determined the legal name of Detroit, because that's all that Paula could give us was street name Detroit, and there's shockingly quite a few people that go by the street name Detroit. Once we were able to get a name for him, that's when we prepared the search warrant for where Detroit Rory Wilson was living at the warehouse. When we executed the search warrant at the warehouse, Mr. Tucker, you were there.
Okay. But just to, again, I'm not trying to stop you in your middle of your statement. But since we're going to pause, I just want to pause right there. Okay. So still not a suspect, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So the search warrant, was my name on there to be detained?
I don't believe anybody's name was on there to be detained.
I thought you said you went and got it for Rory Wilson's apartment.
I did.
Okay. So was Rory Wilson supposed to be detained if he was a suspect of being Detroit?
Welcome,
That's
Leo.
the standard practice with the sheriff's office when we execute a search warrant. Every individual that's in that premise is detained.
Okay. Please, and this is my ignorance, and I'm going to actually ask you to explain to the jury because I'm kind of ignorant of these things. Please explain to them the whole process as far as the search warrant thing. What do you do to get a search warrant? What is it that, again, how do you go about this process? When you go from writing it to getting it to executing it?
Well, in order to get a search warrant, we get everything that we know at the time that we want to try to go and search a place. We write it out in an affidavit. We have to have what they determine probable cause. We have to have a reason why we're going to this house. We laid it out based on that Paula had identified Rory Wilson, Detroit, as the guy that held a knife to her throat and punched her a whole bunch of times in the face while demanding her purse. We now know who he is. So now we want to go search his house because she identified him and we want to see what evidence is in the house. Once we as the detectives, once I wrote the search warrant, I then give that form to the state attorney because they're the lawyers and everything, and they look at it and they say yay or nay as to whether or not there's enough to bother a judge with to sign the search warrant. The state attorneys at the time determined, yes, we had enough. We woke up a judge and The judge actually met me at the sheriff's office headquarters, signed the search warrant. And then once we have that signed search warrant, depending on the type of search warrant it is, and this search warrant was for the residence of a murder suspect, we had our SWAT team execute the search warrant because when there's that type of crime, there's a danger to everybody involved. And they're trained in doing that and they do it all the time. Us detectives that don't do that stuff, we set the perimeter, which is what I did. I was on the perimeter. They executed the search warrant, which there's a lot of, they have to read it to the occupants. And again, whenever we do a search warrant, be it for, especially on a residence, everybody that's in that residence is going into handcuffs pretty much immediately.
Okay.
And they're detained.
Is that about it?
Yeah, I believe so. I think I covered it.
Okay, good. Thank you for explaining that to him. Okay, so now going back to the search warrant and how it's executed and how you get it and all that stuff. Is it based on an address or is it based on the subject? Is it based on the person or on the address?
Honestly, it depends on the type of search warrant.
I'm talking about the one you wrote. Do you
It was
remember?
based on the address.
It's based on the address. So Rory Wilson wasn't actually considered, you weren't, there's nothing in there saying detain Rory Wilson.
Not that I recall.
Okay, but did you have the intentions on detaining Rory Wilson if you saw him there?
Absolutely.
Okay, because he's a murder suspect. That makes sense, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so, again, you're going there, you have the search warrant for Rory Wilson's apartment, and you're going there with the intention of detaining Rory. Okay, now again, is there any reason to detain me at this point?
Because you're in the apartment.
Just because I'm in the apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you agree that if you went into apartments, right, say it was apartment complex, what happens when you go into the wrong apartment?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever done that.
Okay, well, again, as far as search warrants go, it has to be for that specific location. You can't just get a search warrant and go wherever you want, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's very specific, right? Okay, was Rory Wilson renting the upstairs?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Did anybody else know that was there?
Not that I know of.
So nobody knew this. Did you have a meeting before you go and execute this, or do you guys just go over there and knock on the door?
No, we had a meeting prior.
Okay. So you had a meeting prior, and again, you're not specific though. You're not very sure about which areas are Rory Wilson's and which ones are not.
Correct, because we're talking about a warehouse that was makeshift into apartments.
Okay. Makeshift into apartments, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
big warehouse though, right?
Yes, very
Okay.
big warehouse.
And lots of different sections of those, right?
Lots of doors. I never fully went inside it, so I couldn't.
Okay. Well, based on when you were inside of it, did it seem like there were walls that separated out the different sections, or was
Yes.
it, okay, it was just one big open room?
No, there was walls and it was made into an apartment. There was a bathroom. I
And
remember
so-
that. I believe there was a bedroom.
So you didn't search any of the other sections or the other apartments in those sections?
I didn't search any.
Did anybody search those
I-
apartments?
I don't know, sir.
I'm asking you, okay, I know where you guys executed the warrant, right?
Yes.
Any of the other sections that we just talked about, those sections in that warehouse where there's other apartments or other, whatever people are renting, right? Did you guys search any of those?
No.
Okay. And again, why wouldn't you search those?
Because that's not where Rory Wilson lived.
Right, because that's not where Rory Wilson lived. Now, Rory Wilson, according to, again, the documents that have been submitted, I guess, that was his apartment in the back, right?
I don't remember if it was back or front, but yes.
Okay. And do you remember him having any other door other than the one that was in the warehouse?
There was one in the front and then there was one in the back of the
No,
warehouse.
that's even why we said that, right? That you were at the front.
Yes.
And there were other people who came in from the back.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. And then that was targeted as Rory Wilson's apartment. Okay. again, so you wouldn't know or have known whether or not the upstairs was part of Rory Wilson's apartment?
No, I would not have known that.
Okay, and had the
There's
Monroe
the
County
description
Sheriff's
right there on the
Department
screen
had
I
ever
pulled
been
up.
to even that specific section of the warehouse prior to, the no-knock raid on there that you know of?
Not that I know, but probably.
Okay, just I'm curious because again, I don't know, whether you got knocked on that door ever before. That's what I'm asking. Okay, so this is your first time at the warehouse, Rory Wilson's apartment. And did they take anything of any evidentiary value out of that you know of?
They took evidence, but I was not there. I don't know what all they took.
Okay, so you didn't take any, but
No.
they did take evidence
They
from
took
there.
stuff,
Okay.
yes, sir.
I know, and you don't know if it had evidentiary value or not.
I do not.
Okay, good. All right, so okay, now we're up to, let's see, just before I get arrested, right? Or just when I got arrested. Okay, what was your involvement with the investigation after all the suspects had been arrested?
Not much.
Okay, and we talked about Anthony Clay, suspect still at large, right?
Correct. Not a suspect, but somebody we wanted to interview.
Okay, you want an interviewer, but again, I don't want to get redundant here, but okay. So, again, according to your affidavit,
Can't get
she's,
redundant in
again,
court.
been named a suspect
Move
by
on.
2 different witnesses.
Yes,
Okay, but she's not a suspect to go and try and find.
that wasn't my.
So you said there wasn't much involvement for you after this, right? As far as after Rory and me and Travis, they were all arrested, right? But there's not much involvement for you after that.
No, just the search warrant of
Truck.
the truck and the recovery of Paula's backpack.
Okay. Let's get back to the search on the truck because, that reminds me of that. The search on the truck. Again, you go there. We've already established that it wasn't impounded for 10, 15, 20 days.
It wasn't searched.
Okay. Well, okay. Okay. Well, in that case, was the truck ever impounded?
Same objection.
We haven't established that it was impounded.
Been asked and answered. I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. What happened to the truck afterwards?
We left it where it was parked.
Left it where it was parked. Okay. Did anybody ever come to collect the truck?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Okay. Let's get back to the search of it. Now you said, that Captain Phelps was there. You were there.
Detectives are
Let's
used.
see if you-
Well, let's
I'm-
see if
I was just going to ask about.
Excuse me. Let's see if there's something new that hasn't been asked.
Okay.
Detectives are used to being questioned by real lawyers.
She is a deputy that works in the training division.
Okay. And why was she at this search of a vehicle used in a homicide?
For learning, training purposes.
She was learning.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, did the forensics guy, you said John Underwood that was there, if I remember correctly,
Yes, sir.
did he search the vehicle?
I believe he did.
Okay. You believe he did, but do you know he did?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. And you said the search, if you remember right, that you videotaped the search, right? So would John Underwood be on that video checking out the truck?
I don't recall if he
Did
searched the truck.
Okay. You don't recall if he searched the truck at all? Do you remember, I would imagine he would have went before you. So, do you remember you gave a reason why or why not he wouldn't?
It was 6 years ago. I don't remember who.
Did you search the truck?
Yes.
Okay. What'd you find in it?
I would have to look at my report for everything. We found drug paraphernalia. We found some masks, some knives.
Okay. Some masks, some knives, some drug paraphernalia.
And that's,
Pretty, was any of that taken into evidence?
yes.
Okay, good. And did it ever prove to have any evidentiary
Knowledge.
Not yet, Bogart. I've been checking.
Did you guys do anything special with it? Did
About
you-
10 minutes.
The search of the truck, how did you go about again, is there a procedure for it? Is there something that, a certain way you have to do it, anything like that?
No, just other than the same standard, writing the search warrant, having the state look at it, saying yay or nay, and then having a judge look at it and saying yes or no, signing it. And then there's procedural things where we got to record us reading the search warrant. Like in the case of a house, we'd read it to the occupants. In the case of an unoccupied truck, we read it to the unoccupied truck. And then paperwork that we have to give to like the owner of the truck, stuff like that, but nothing other than that.
Okay. Ms. Malone, now at this point, you're a detective, Detective Malone, right?
Yes, sir.
Homicide detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think it would have been prudent to take a vehicle that's been used in homicide, to impound it?
Objection argumentative.
I'm asking for expertise. The homicide detective, I would assume they have.
Overrule the objection. If you have opinion on that question, you may render it.
The judges do
issue
give
with the trunk
leeway
was
to
the
pro
time
se
delay and us
litigants.
actually knowing where the truck was. And we did have our crime scene guy do, like you could do blood, check for blood on stuff with lights and glasses. And he didn't see anything that would have been overly impactful. So there didn't seem to be a reason to impound the truck.
Didn't you just say a second ago that he didn't look at the truck?
All right, I misspoke. I don't remember what he did, but now that as we're talking about it, I remember him looking at that type of stuff.
Blood and what'd you say
Look-
else?
Looking for if there was blood.
Okay, but he did do that, right?
I do believe so, yes.
And we'll go back and then take a look at that.
Okay, I think, excuse me,
I
Mr.
was-
Tucker, but I think that this is about as good a stopping point for.
I think so too, Your Honor. Thank you.
We're gonna find.
Of course, Your Honor.
So again, we thank you for your patience, your attentiveness during our morning session. We're gonna resume at 1:30. So follow the usual cautionary instructions.
Oh yeah, he has organized crime vibe energy to me. Holding his hands he's got the double earrings, he's holding his hands, he's clutching his hands together. I don't know. But I do find it super interesting that his high school sweetheart is the founder of CrossFit and bailed him out, and they got married after he got bailed out. So in our weird, shallow cultural society here, that gives him some sort of credibility, right? I'm going to switch it over to the other stream. They should be back in 5 minutes, but as I think it was Bogart said, court, an hour in court is like an hour on the football field. That was a good one. Oh, wait, hold on just a sec. I need to mute the other one. Oh, hold on.
Can I ask a quick scheduling question? You have the jury coming back at 1:30. I've had Travis Johnson here all day yesterday, and I have.
This is sometimes where antics happen.
We're going to get, that will be our next witness. Do you anticipate that we're going to get to him today and get started with him, or do you think it'd be more prudent to start fresh with him on Tuesday? I'm just looking for some guidance from the court. You want me to leave him here waiting? It'll be 1:30. Mr. Tucker has more cross to do yet. We have redirect.
Well, I guess it's kind of, Mr. Tucker's got to give us an idea of an estimate as to the length of his remaining cross-examination.
Thank you.
What say you,
That's why I
Tucker?
actually did say to the prosecution that, I thought that this witness was probably going to take up the rest of the day. I was honest with them about that when we came back from break.
Well, so I think you could probably release, for Johnson, and we'll see him on Tuesday.
All right, sounds good, Judge. I'll make sure.
All right.
So if I'm understanding correctly, they just made a game time decision to let go of a couple of witnesses in this case because he says he's going to be questioning this detective for the rest of the day. So she has to sit there for the rest of the day dealing with his, his questioning reminded me a lot of Lana's the other day, where he's trying to find some like he doesn't have a super well thought out strategy for his defense. His defense is, okay, I'm going to put the detective on the stand, and when I find a hole to worm through, I'll go into that hole. I'll try to find a hole in her testimony, and then I'll worm through it. And then you end up with like a huge spaghetti spool of bullshit. But I don't know. I haven't followed that case. So we're now watching and waiting for the Troconis trial to start back up. While we're doing that, and we'll be able to hear it because I have the sound on, we'll be able to hear them coming back into court. But while we do that, I know, I agree, Francie. It's hard. I mean, and I'm not a lawyer, so I can't cite the law and the Constitution on specifically, the rights of defendants and defending themselves and things like that. But it is definitely a very strong part of our laws. And I do think that it causes a huge drag on the courts because the courts also, because of a Supreme Court ruling, I do know this. There's a Supreme Court ruling that says, and this is the U.S. Supreme Court, okay? A U.S. Supreme Court ruling that says you must give pro se litigants more leeway in court because they are not trained attorneys. So judges have to give a little bit more lenience to their questioning, and it just takes so much longer. And, they're obviously not trained. So at least most of them are not trained. Some of them may have been trained lawyers and aren't lawyers anymore, but whatever. Anyway, so you get into these lines of questioning that are completely irrelevant, do not have any bearing whatsoever in the case. And you get a lot of defendants who are not coming in there with goodwill. They're coming in on bad faith, and they're just trying to worm their way into some sort of defense. But of course, that's not always the case. So, you can't apply that standard to every single person that walks into court and defends themselves. But anyway, I wanted to read you this one portion of an article. Angie, baby, Lana did that to interrogate and fish. What exactly? I think we can all agree that Ohio hearing was absolutely insane. Am I the only one who believes Ella was capable of doing more? No, you are not, Micro. No, not at all. And, it would be completely irresponsible of me to assume. But, I find it, for those of you who don't know, she put a thing on her community post yesterday accusing with all kinds of bullshit about me and accusations about me. And she repeated this really, like, it's straight up defamation pro se what she's doing to me, because she has now stated it on at least 3 occasions in writing that I was arrested for a domestic violence charge in 1998 in Daytona Beach. And on her criminal, I'm sorry, on her community post, she says, I beat the snot out of my ex-husband in Daytona Beach. Okay. Now, that is not only so far from the truth, it's easily provable, very easily provable that that I didn't do anything like that. But I couldn't, as I said on my community post comment, I couldn't beat the snot out of a fucking garden snail. I say sorry to flies when I swat them. Okay. I am the opposite of violent. I am the diabolical opposite of violent. So she's out there. So what that means to me is that the only possible way she can make herself look worse than me is by pulling a completely trumped up bullshit charge out of her ass and throwing it at me. And if I thought people actually would believe her, if I thought she was a credible person, I'd be more concerned. But all that to say that, you know, more than once I have seen Lana get very angry and pound on the table. Pound. Boom. She, you know, a couple years ago when she was her most angry at me, she looked at the camera and said, "You've messed with the wrong family. My dad is the godfather." So, and we do know that when she makes threats, she carries them out. She made several threats about revenge porning people. Yeah, that's a good idea that you made a second login. And look, that's a good point for me to bring up right now. If you are new to YouTube, especially if you're new to YouTube True Crime, and you go into streaming channels, please, for the love of God, do not use your own name. And even if you do use your own name, or I'm sorry, even if you don't use your own name, do not share personal details about your life, because there's a lot of dangerous people like her around, and you have no idea what's going to piss them off. You have no idea. They get triggered at the stupidest bullshit, right? So there you are in a chat. You say something like you've said about Lana in my chat, and then she gets triggered by it, and she starts hella hounding you and harassing you and creating community posts about you and doxing you and talking about contacting your family. This has happened many times. She is currently accusing the son of a murder victim of committing the murder after she's already accused the wife of the murder victim of committing the murder, when a whole entirely other person confessed and was charged. Now, the person who confessed, they were able to throw out that confession because it was found originally that the confession was under duress or coercion, but that ruling has been changed. So the primary suspect in the case that where she's defending the defendant, the guy might get recharged anyway. But what she's doing, and it appears that she has some sort of arrangement with the defendant to create all kinds of confusion and FUD, a lot like the Karen Reed case with Turtle Boy, to go out there and create all kinds of new suspects, going out there trying to create reasonable doubt. So I think the going back to the original question, are you the only person who thinks that she could be more dangerous? Here's my response to that. You can't be too careful. You just can't be too careful. You don't, since you don't know. We're being extremely helpful to Janet who isn't with us right now on the, at where we are at on the stream, like 15 different people. Yeah, Micro, can we change his name and pick immediately? Yeah. So I would have never have assumed that, because I was pointing out that a nonprofit you can't file IRS papers for a nonprofit one day and then 9 days later claim that you have nonprofit status. Okay. That's why Lana hates me so much. That's the main issue. And then we started going back and forth. And of course, I said more things after that, but that was the main thing that triggered her, is that, she was trying to come out and promote this bogus nonprofit. And since I have experience with starting a nonprofit, Bogart, it takes longer than that. It took her a year. It took a year before she actually received the 501c3 status, before she received confirmation of it. And she does have 501c3 status, and it was granted for a day after she filed for it. So it was retroactively, in place. However, she didn't know whether it was approved or not before she started promoting it as a tax-deductible nonprofit where you can make tax-deductible donations. And I called bullshit on that. And never in a million years did I think that by calling bullshit on that, I'd still be sitting here, reading community posts from her saying that I've committed crimes that I would never, ever, ever even think in a million years to commit. And, she said that I beat the snot out of my ex-husband. She also told another YouTuber that she contacted my ex-husband. I don't know if that's true or not. And honestly, I don't care. There's literally nothing anybody could say about me that I wouldn't be like, okay, they said that, fine. I don't operate like her. I'm not scared of the same things as her. What I'm scared of is, losing my children before my children. What I'm scared of is my children outliving me. That's my main fear. Sorry. Me outliving my children. That's all I care about in life, okay? Is me not outliving my children. That is all I care about. That is why they are hella protected, in terms of connection with me on the internet, because there are sick fucks like her who would want to make it seem like their life is in danger just to put fear in me. The real Micro K, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, Shift is in chat. Shift is one of many people that Lana, Lana went into. Lana just dragged across the coals for a good period of time. Made Shift a witness to her internet crimes, basically, and a victim of them. I mean, Shift is one of many. So Bogart, here's the problem. I don't think they can make her a vexatious litigant. You know why? Because that same judge wrote a lengthy ruling in the Lala case saying that she believed that Lana brought the case in good faith. So Lana has a W. Yes, you are one of many Shifts. Lana accused Shift of being many people, including possibly the murderer of Rachel Del Tondo. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. Okay. So, wait, where was I? She is exactly like my ex who almost killed me and gaslit everyone while I was in the hospital getting blood transfusions because he put me there. They have the same vibe. Exactly. You know, there are public court documents. Oh, that's where I was going. We're talking about vexatious litigant. So the magistrate in Ohio does have a supervising judge, but that supervising judge also approved that previous ruling where the magistrate said Lana brought this case in good faith. When you have a ruling like that, a judge's ruling, it's really hard to get beyond that. You would, are you guys familiar with who JLR is, Jonathan Lee Riches? I mean, that guy filed something like, I don't know, 2,600 different lawsuits. And that court was about 10 hours, Bogart. It was about 10 hours. It was also, I think it was over 2 days, if I recall correctly. They all start mushing together because Lana and Vanessa also went before that judge. It's fucking exhausting. So, it's just really, it's really hard to get beyond that. And, aside from the legal issues around Lana getting a judgment like that, just the emotionally or whatever, it bolstered her. It propelled her. It actually, she turned around and filed like for 5 more protection order requests. And my understanding is that those other ones, my understanding is that this civil protection order hearing against Melissa Jade is probably going to be the last one we see, but I don't know. I don't think so, Real Micro. I think it was because that judge did not understand what was going on. She didn't. Oh, right, JLR. She didn't understand what was going on. Lala was just not as prepared as Melissa Jade. She just wasn't. And there were just other facts and circumstances in that case. Now, so getting back to JLR, I think it took a lot for at least the U.S. courts to determine him a vexatious litigant. The judge hangs on in TT and has an alter. Who says that, Bogart? I kind of doubt that. Oh, as an alter. I'm sure Lana would want people to believe that. I'm sure Lana would love for people to believe. She walks into that court and starts talking about the clerk on a first name basis. That's her move, is like, oh, I'm going to find out who's important to other people, who people respect, and then I'm going to become their friend. And then I'm going to show everybody that I'm the one that has them in my pocket. Yeah. So JLR, I mean, that guy basically, he's not allowed to file any more frivolous lawsuits. He has to be represented if he files any further lawsuits because of his vexatious litigation. But it took something like 2,600 filings for that to happen. So, and I don't know what court can be bothered to be looking at all of that. Clicker, the judge asked a good question of MJ. Why didn't MJ file? I think that might get others to file first and get a jump on LO to get on her heels. No. Do you remember the answer to the question of why MJ didn't file? Because she was scared. And I know personally a number of people who have not filed and probably could file for the exact same reason. Now, that's also not to say that there aren't people who have filed. I don't think they filed for protection orders. They might have filed for criminal charges, but and obviously she also does have criminal charges. She already has criminal charges, but there's no guarantee that those criminal charges will go through. I mean, people get criminally charged all the time and then they get thrown out for one reason or another. And she's challenging that criminal charge on jurisdiction. The criminal charge that she's facing right now is for telecommunications harassment and revenge porn. She claims that she was not in the county where the charges were filed. She admits to the revenge porn. No problem. She admits that she shared another person's nudes. She's just saying, you don't have jurisdiction over me. In that case, she does have a lawyer. So the thing is that what we're witnessing and what we're finding out is that the courts take far too long to adjudicate these smaller, less extreme actions. So victims of stalkers who are just getting, death by 1,000 cuts are left hanging in the wind. And while victims of stalkers and harassers are left hanging in the wind, those stalkers and harassers get to dominate. Right? They get to dominate. And if the stalking and harassment is done within an internet, ecosystem, like true crime, like the true crime universe, it can be utter hell. Or let's say you're in the gaming community, or let's say you're in the, knitting community or crafting community. And, some sort of dispute breaks out, which is going to happen no matter what on YouTube, because YouTube promotes that kind of content. YouTube helps to create that conflict. And then they leave everybody, again, just dangling in the wind when there needs to be some sort of resolution, because they don't enforce their own terms of service. So then the people who have either been harmed the most or the ones who are going to be the most aggressive are going to resort to the courts. And in my opinion, Lana's move is to preemptively file protection orders and lawsuits and things like that, so people don't get to her first. And in all honesty, thus far, that can work for a period of time, but it doesn't always work. It's not going to work every time. It catches up to you, because then people start, the decision makers who are making a decision about your repeated conduct over time using the courts will say, oh, I see what's going on here. But that takes such a fucking long time. Oh, political scientists. Oh, God. I refuse to talk about politics anywhere online. It's just too toxic. People just absolutely close their minds the moment anything anywhere close to political comes up. The Real Micro says judges should know better because a lot of criminals manipulate to avoid consequences. I was once a criminal, served time. My judge was no nonsense. Her nickname was the Hanging Judge. Oh my God. The Hanging Judge. That's a major issue for me is culturally, educationally, we are so far behind in understanding of mental health issues. You know, to anyone who hasn't really looked into the mental health, all the complexities around mental health, believe that you're either insane or you're not. They don't understand that there's an entire complex of personality disorders that can actually make you, when you engage with a person with a severe personality disorder, they look sane. You in the relationship are the one that looks insane because their behavior is so toward you in the relationship is so insane making. And our culture and our judicial system and our law enforcement and everything surrounding it is so ignorant to all of that. And that's how people like Lana get to keep her platform. Also, that's how people like Brian Laundrie, when there's a domestic, and by the way, I'm watching the court camera, and you're looking at the live feed and the sound is on and they're not back yet. So they're really late. But anyway, anybody who followed the Gabby Petito Brian Laundrie situation, they were pulled over a couple weeks before he murdered her for a domestic violence incident that was witnessed by several people. So this domestic violence incident is witnessed by several people. And then they take off and they start driving down the road, and the police finally catch up to them, and they're still involved in their major fight while they're driving. So much so that when the police go to pull him over, he hits the curb because they're still fighting. And then the police determine that she is the aggressor. And you know why? Because she admitted to hitting him. He didn't admit to hitting her, but she had marks on her face. So because he lied, he was determined the victim and she was the aggressor, and they separated them. And 2 weeks later, she was fucking dead. And even in the body cam photo, this case just drives me insane, you guys. Even in the body cam footage, where the two officers are trying to determine whether they should charge anybody, who's the aggressor, blah, blah, blah. The supervising officer, who is now fired, is my understanding, because they have been sued. They have been reprimanded. There was an entire investigation about this situation. The supervising officer said on camera, on the body camera, it's just really hard because if we make the wrong decision, somebody might end up dead 2 weeks down the road, or someone might end up dead in the future. And that he was right about that, but they still made the wrong fucking decision. And it's because they were so uneducated. That's so true, Lynn. I've only been diagnosed with diagnosed with adult ADHD and I have a history of him. It's a massive playing field. Yeah. Yeah. Did you really spend time on the Hill, Bogart? That's totally interesting. Real Micro says, yeah, they looked at Gabby like she was a frantic, emotional woman and let her back into his van. Not only that, they drove him to a like domestic shelter and they said, go ahead, you can take the van and go wherever you want. Oh my God. I get so infuriated when I talk about Gabby Petito. I can't even. I cannot. Yes, Angie, baby. They are the ones who pointed out the marks on her face. They're like, oh, yeah, you have a little bit of blood. She didn't even notice. She was defending herself. They were in a fight. He took her phone away from her. She was trying to get her phone back. He wouldn't let her in the car. She was reaching and trying to get her phone and he rolled it up on her. I mean, that was what the witnesses said that saw it. And that's why they called 911 because they're like, oh my God, these two people are in this, domestic violence incident and they just drove off. He just basically put her in the van and made her go. I think I remember you being in the chat, Angie, baby. Yeah, I definitely will be covering the, I don't know if it'll be aired. I don't know if civil trials about wrongful death are actually aired, but the hearings have been aired, so it probably will be. In 2007, when Nancy became speaker, it was very cool. Got a West Wing tour, visited the chief of staff's office. I was there on an internship with the Panetta Institute. That's really cool, Bogart. Wow. That's really cool. The Panetta Institute for Public Policy. So is that the kind of, wait, I think, yeah, anyway. That must have been super interesting. My kids are in college right now, and one of them is taking after their old mama here and is a communications major. And the other one is kind of switching between philosophy and political science. And I'm like, oh my God. Worked for Congress member from the 1st District of California, 14 weeks full time. Wow. Where's the 14th district? Is that Northern California? Because I lived in Northern California for almost 30 years. I actually met a number of the people there. But again, when you start mentioning politics, it's just it just closes people's minds. It just, people just shut off and they think, oh, they start painting you in a certain corner if you say certain words. If I say gun control, people are now going to assume I'm a liberal. No, I mean, it's that's how insane and truly the media started this, and then social media just sunk it down. Can you guys believe they haven't started back up yet? I'm going to look and see if the Treehouse murder trial is back. Nope. Treehouse murder trial isn't back. I wanted to say something though, and actually it's relevant to what we were just talking about with Gabby Petito, because as a result of this Jennifer Dulos case, the law was changed in the UK. I'm sorry, in Connecticut. I'm going to read this. Hold on just a sec. Gotta find it. I'll make sure I find it. Yeah. So Jennifer's Law. While Jennifer's family continued to wait for justice, the mother of five's tragic story has led to legislative change in Connecticut. In 2021, Jennifer's Law was passed in the state, expanding the definition of domestic violence to include coercive control. And that goes to what we're talking about with these personality disorders. People with highly controlling personality disorders use coercive control, and it can be extremely damaging and destructive to a human being, even if they never are physically harmed. Okay, coercive control of an individual is extremely abusive. Okay, so let me keep reading. Hold on just a sec. The law is named after two Jennifers who were victims of domestic violence, Jennifer Dulos and Jennifer Magnano. Magnano was shot by her estranged husband, Scott, in front of their children on 23 August 2007. And now getting back to Jennifer Dulos. The couple were in the midst of a bitter divorce and child custody dispute, and he had been ordered to stay away. Oh no, this is Magnano, sorry. From the house where she and their children live. Magnano's now adult children helped push for the passage of the law. The bill, SB 1091, has now established a new program to provide legal representation for domestic violence victims who file restraining orders. Victims of domestic violence can now testify remotely in court proceedings for matters such as restraining orders, protective orders, or standard criminal protective orders. The definition of domestic violence has also been expanded to include threatening, humiliating, or intimidating acts that harm a person and deprive them of their freedom. That is so important, because what we have with the internet now is that people will exhaust all of their coercive control on the internet before they act out, a lot of times, before they act out on in real life. So yeah, I agree, Micro. It's a lawless hellscape. So it is really important for the law to start for laws, and I'm glad that state has, and I don't know what other states have. I really think that, states need to adopt this. I bet what's happening right now in the Dulos court, or the Troconis court, because they are now half hour late from what they said. They're probably listening to motions in limine without the jury there, and they just haven't turned on the camera. I guess we'll see. Who's besmirching your name, Janet Tucker? Okay. So you guys, that is all awesome about your work in politics. I'm going to just say, can we get off of the politics talk? I am extremely interested in it. But even saying the words, even saying people's names from politics is like it's like a fucking buzzkill. And it'll it's unreasonable, it's unfair, but it just is the way it is. I want to hear about what you guys have done. I really do. And I'm super interested in it, but you know, in this context, in a, live chat context, when we're talking about this true crime, I just, I wish it weren't this way, but it automatically, it becomes a lightning rod for her. No, please, I hope nobody takes offense of this request. It's not personal on anybody. It's a symptom of how bad things are on the internet, that you literally can't say a name. You can't say the word progressive. You can't say the word conservative. You can't, without it starting into a fight. And that's what I don't want to start here. I just don't. Oh, I remember. I know Janet is back. Janet is behind, and she's talking. Oh, and the defendant's name is Tucker. That's why. Sorry. That's what Janet was talking about. But again, I just want to. I'm super interested in what you guys are saying. I just want. Yeah. No, I know. Even say, isn't it stupid that we say, just even saying the word politics? You guys, it's so stupid. It's so stupid that it's that way. I know, I have made your point. You're right. You're absolutely right. See? Anyway. So I'm guessing that what they're doing is I'm guessing that what they're doing is that they're that they're whatchamacallit, they're arguing a motion in limine, probably more arguing about this witness that's about to come in. And the witness, the state was saying, is the person who collected the evidence. And usually that evidence detective, that forensics, whoever comes in to testify about the evidence that was collected, it takes a while, because if there's physical evidence, there's a whole process. It's please don't be offended. Anyway, and I'm not saying you are, I'm just asking. Anyway, so whoever has to come onto the stand to testify as to the physical evidence, it takes a while, because there's this whole process where they have to say, is this what it is? They have to unwrap it. They have to put their gloves on, blah, 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 blah. If you watch the Murdaugh trial, I'm honestly glad I wasn't streaming that. I didn't start streaming trials before that, because that would have been insane. But anyway, how long it took to get through all of the physical evidence in that. And it was, it can be tedious. And I think in this particular case against Michelle Troconis, her lawyer is, he sees a few ends to get, he sees a few ends to get that reasonable doubt. And one of those ends is is with the major evidence, which is about blood splatter. Blood spatter is, excuse me, hold on just a sec. The blood spatter in the garage, where most likely the offing, it's kind of a bad way to put it, but the offing took place. It was noticed by the police as soon as they got there to respond to the missing persons call. They're searching around the house. They go into the garage, and they immediately see blood things that appear like blood. And then there's all the blood evidence in the zip ties that they found that he had thrown away with Michelle Troconis in the car. And, so I think the defense attorney is just trying to poke as many holes in that primary evidence as he can. So he's disputing, who took the measurements, who took the pictures, why would you take pictures? Just because luminol was, he's challenging the compounds that were used to test whether it's blood or not. He's challenging, that there might have been other blood for other reasons. He's, and that's his job. That's what he's supposed to do, right? So he's doing that. And it'll be interesting to see what they come back with. He seems to be the defense attorney seems to be a good defense attorney. He's a little bit annoying in his approach, I don't know, maybe sometimes you have to be annoying to be a defense attorney. You have to be kind of niggly, you have to be able to worm in. It's I mean, even civil defense attorneys like Elaine in the Depp versus Heard case, she was pretty annoying. So this defense attorney, I haven't caught his name yet. He comes across as, he's being really aggressive and he's on top of his game. But at least he knows the process, I'm going to read more from this article. Hold on just a sec. Oh, actually, just as a side note, I don't know if any of you followed that case where a bunch of eBay executives got charged with stalking and harassing people. It was actually some old people who were running a blog that criticized eBay, and these eBay executives, like 3 or 4 of them, physically harassed this couple. And one of the executives had to spend 57 months in jail. Now eBay has been directed to pay $3 million to the couple in connection, and not through a civil case, but as criminal restitution to the couple. Yeah. I'm reading from the the U.S. Attorney's Office from the District of Massachusetts. The global commerce company has agreed to pay $3 million. Pay a $3 million criminal penalty for an August 2019 harassment and intimidation campaign targeting a Massachusetts couple in retaliation for their online coverage of eBay and for its obstruction of the investigation that followed. eBay was charged criminally with 2 counts of stalking through interstate travel, 2 counts of stalking through electronic communication services, 1 count of witness tampering, and 1 count of obstruction of justice, and has entered into a deferred prosecution agreement. Pursuant to the agreement, eBay admitted to a detailed recitation of all the relevant facts about its conduct and agreed to pay a criminal penalty of $3 million, which is the statutory maximum fine for these 6 felony offenses. As part of this resolution, eBay will also be required to retain an independent corporate compliance monitor for a period of 3 years and to make extensive enhancements to its compliance program. So stalkers everywhere. I did a video on my other channel. I'm not sure if it's still, I'm not sure if I still have it public there, because I tried to kind streamline things on my other channel, but these eBay executives actually traveled to Massachusetts from California, rented cars, and followed this couple around. They sent dead roaches to this couple. They sent death threats about their children to this couple. They and these people were so fucking stupid that they rented these rental cars in their own names to do this stalking and harassing. And it was all sanctioned by the VP of marketing at the time. And I mean, they sent all kinds of things in the mail. And then when it became clear to them that they were being looked at for and being investigated for this stalking and harassment, they intimidated a witness. They tried to get a witness to come to their side. They tried to, I forget the details of what exactly they tried to do. One of the best defense attorneys I've watched lately was the Teresa Black case. He was an excellent public defender. Oh, I tuned in a little bit to that case, but not a lot. Oh boy, court. Well, what you said has definitely come true, Bogart. This is like a football hour. It's actually longer than a football hour. So what I'm going to put on screen here, Tracy says, Ann Taylor has been a good lawyer. Yeah, I think you're right, Tracy. And you know what? He deserves I want him to have the best defense possible. And for those of you who don't know, Ann Taylor is Brian Koberger's defense attorney, lead defense attorney. I want him to have the best defense possible so that we know for sure that whatever verdict comes down is as fair as possible. She received the max of 10 years for the corpse thing. Who's she? Oh, Teresa Black. Oh, that sentencing was today, right? Yeah. She got 10 years. So she was found not guilty of killing, but she was found guilty of tampering with a corpse. That's awful. Oh man. And that was a cold case, right? That was a case from many years ago, something like, I don't know, 2005 or something like that, if I recall. Yeah, that looked like a incredibly heartbreaking case. I saw one person I did see testify in full was the babysitter. The daycare center. Oh, 97. Wow. All right. I need to figure out how much more time I'm going to give this court to come back. Because even if the court does come back, I'm not sure if I want to sit through all the evidence, like the slow pace of evidence, pulling out all the evidence. But it also can be very, 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 very interesting to see the evidence. So I'm torn about this. This is one thing that is frustrating about covering trials, and just the straight live streams, is that you don't know when they're going to come back when they take one of these football breaks. The prosecutor was terrible, Bogart. That's unfortunate when the prosecutor is terrible. You want to have, again, you want to have a great defense and you want to have a great prosecution so that things were that the verdict is going to be as fair and accurate as possible. I mean, we all know that the system is flawed in many, 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 many ways. But at least in that regard, yeah, football breaks. You coined that term, Bogart. All right, we got a football break. Maybe we should put on a halftime show. A better halftime show than me sitting here yapping to you all. And not me singing either. I do like to sing, but I'm not a halftime show quality singer. Maybe I could look up old halftime shows from from old football games and play them. So I want to look. I'm going to pull up this article. To help you get a better sense of this case itself. And I'm still listening for the court to come back, just so you know. This was just written one day ago, so it's the most updated, and the Independent in the UK tends to have pretty good reporting. Bring on the marching bands. Hold on just a sec. I think she's beautiful. I think Jennifer Dulos is absolutely beautiful. I'm afraid of my husband, Jennifer Dulos wrote in 2017 court documents after she filed for divorce from husband Fotis Dulos. I know that filing for divorce and filing this motion will enrage him. I know he will retaliate by trying to harm me in some way. 2 years later, the mother of five's ominous prediction appeared to come true. On 24 May 2019, Jennifer dropped the former couple's 5 children off at their elite private school in New Canaan, Connecticut. She hasn't been seen or heard from since. Her body has never been found. Months later, Jennifer's estranged husband, Fotis, was arrested and charged with her murder. The luxury home builder, originally from Greece, insisted he was innocent, with the attorney even making the wild claim that Jennifer staged her own disappearance akin to the plot in the movie Gone Girl. But the case against Fotis never went to trial, as he killed himself one morning when he was due to appear in court. With Jennifer and Fotis both dead, the truth of what happened appeared to go to the grave. They're still not back. They're still not back. Continuing. But 2 other people also allegedly know, at least in part, what happened to Jennifer, as they stand accused of helping Fotis cover up his murder plot. Michelle Troconis, Fotis' girlfriend, is charged with conspiracy to commit murder, tampering with physical evidence, and hindering prosecution in Jennifer's disappearance and death. Her trial is about to begin on Thursday, 11 January in Stamford, Connecticut. And here we are. Kent Mawhinney, an attorney and former friend of Fotis's, is also charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Prosecutors say he tried to provide an alibi for Fotis on the morning of Jennifer's disappearance. No trial date has been set for Mr. Mawhinney. He was He was freed from house arrest in May 2023, but as of October, must continue to wear a GPS monitoring device on his ankle, the Stamford Advocate reported. Let's see. Here's what we know so far. Jennifer, a 50-year-old New York native, was last seen alive on 24 May 2019. She and Fotis, who have been married for 13 years, were in the midst of a contentious divorce and custody battle. In the 2017 divorce filing, Jennifer wrote that she was afraid of her estranged husband and feared that he might retaliate by trying to harm me in some way. She went on to say that her husband had shown irrational, unsafe, bullying, threatening, and controlling behavior. On the morning she was last seen alive, she had dropped the couple's 5 children off at school in the wealthy enclave of New Canaan, where she had moved with them since leaving the family home. She was reported missing by her friends about 10 hours later after she failed to show up for appointments and stopped returning calls and texts. Her 2017 Chevrolet Suburban was later found at a park near her home. Anything? No, still not back. They are still not back. Oh, Janet Tucker, that's Suzanne Morphew. And I was saying earlier that this case reminds me a lot of Jennifer Morphew's case. Kind of similar economic status, similar but not totally exact circumstances. And Barry was arrested and charged, and then he got some good lawyers, and they were able to throw out his conviction. And it had to do with I don't think they didn't throw it out. They threw it. They had to withdraw the charges because they found that, yeah, that really does appear like coercive control. It was shocking to find out that she was having an affair. And I'm not saying I'm not dissing her for that. It's just that it just wasn't expected. But it was clear that, he found out she was having an affair. She said she wanted to leave him, and boom, she's gone. Barry gets arrested and charged, and then his lawyers find a loophole, and he's out now. And now they're left trying to figure out if they can how to charge him. And Suzanne's body had, if I recall correctly, they finally did find her remains, but it took a long time. So now they have to figure out, do the remains match, tell anything about how she died, or can they track Barry's movement to where the remains were found and all that type of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But I'm going to continue reading this. A little over a week after Jennifer was reported missing, Fotis and his then girlfriend, Mrs. Troconis, were arrested and charged with tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution. Investigators say that Fotis had been spotted on surveillance footage driving to and from New Canaan on the day Jennifer went missing, in a pickup truck belonging to one of his employees. Footage later captured Fotis, this time with Ms. Troconis riding in the front seat of the vehicle, stopping in Hartford, with Fotis seen tossing garbage bags into more than 30 trash bins in the area. Inside the trash bags, investigators found clothing belonging to Jennifer and plastic zip ties that tested positive for DNA. A blood-like substance with Jennifer's DNA was also found in the pickup truck, according to a warrant released by the Connecticut State Police in September 2019. The owner of the truck told police Fotis had later told him to replace the seats in the truck and got pushy and angry when he didn't. Mr. Troconis, who was living with Fotis in his Farmington home at the time, told investigators that he had the vehicle cleaned because this sentence really confused me. Told investigators he had the vehicle cleaned because the body of Jennifer at some point was in there, according to a warrant. She has denied knowing what was in the bags Fotis dumped. Don't say vaccine. But get your... Even that's a trigger word. It's so crazy. All right. hold on. I'm still reading. Then on 7 January 2020, Connecticut State Police charged Fotis with murder, felony murder, and kidnapping. Mr. Troconis and Mr. Mawhinney were also charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Investigators said they believed Fotis had been lying in wait for Jennifer when she returned to her home after taking the children to school. Police believe that Fotis attacked his estranged wife in her garage and then drove off with her body. According to the arrest warrants, Fotis may have been motivated by money. Jennifer came from a wealthy background, while Fotis was $7 million in debt and would have had some access to the children's trust funds if she died. Following the arrest, the couple's 5 children, who were between the ages of 8 and 13 when she disappeared, went to live with her mother, Gloria Farber, in New York. Fotis pleaded not guilty to the charges and denied having anything to do with Jennifer's disappearance. His defense even suggested Jennifer may have staged her disappearance to frame Fotis in a Gone Girl style plot. 2 days after his arrest, he walked free from prison after posting $6 million bond. But he was summoned back to Stamford Superior Court for an emergency bond hearing after the company that posted the $6 million bond learned that the 2 properties offered as collateral were subject to foreclosure, and the third was overvalued. At the hearing, Fotis likely would have been sent back to jail, but Fotis failed to show up in court. Officers went to his home and found Fotis unresponsive. He was rushed to hospital, where he died 2 days later. His death was ruled a suicide. Fotis left behind a suicide note in which he continued to insist his innocence. In the note, he declared his innocence of the infamous and heinous crimes that the state has accused him of and claimed his lawyers have the evidence to prove it. His lawyers wrote in a court filing. Mr. Troconis is facing charges of conspiracy to commit murder, 2 counts of conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence, 2 counts of tampering with physical evidence, and second-degree hindering prosecution. She has pleaded not guilty, with her trial set to begin on 11 January. The judge said it could last through March 1. Could. I hope. Emphasis on could. I mean, judging by how long this supposedly 1-hour break is going to take. I know, that's true, Bogart. You're absolutely right. You can't say overvalued real estate. It might get... It's a hot button. Anyway, just weeks before the trial is set to begin, the judge ruled that prosecutors may not use evidence obtained from a warrantless search of her phone. The Stamford Advocate reported her phone had been seized on 31 May 2019 without a warrant during a search of Fotis's Farmington home. Connecticut State Police Sergeant blah, blah, blah testified that police needed to seize it to prevent the owner from manipulating it or deleting any potential evidence on it. But State Superior Court Judge Kevin Randolph granted a motion filed by Mr. Troconis' defense seeking to have it thrown out. While this marked a win for Mr. Troconis, the judge also refused to have her taped interviews with police thrown out. In the interrogation video, Mr. Troconis gave investigators her version of events on the day of Jennifer's disappearance. She said she dropped her daughter off at school, ran errands, and had lunch with Fotis at his Farmington home. They then went to one of Fotis's properties to clean it and went for coffee in West Hartford, she claimed. On the way there, she said Fotis dumped trash bags while she was in the truck. Mr. Troconis said she didn't know what was in the bags. Her attorney, John Schoenberg, argued that the tapes should be inadmissible as she was pushed to answer questions while tired and was denied her basic rights, including while struggling with a language barrier. The judge disagreed, paving the way for the evidence to be presented in court. Ahead of the start of trial, Jennifer's family released a statement. It is hard to believe disappeared, and she still has not been found. Every day we miss her voice, her laugh, her gentle demeanor, her inner and outer strength, her insight, her guidance, her determination, her way with words, her love, her faith, her goodness. Many thanks to all who have helped to keep Jennifer's memory alive. And then it talks about Jennifer's Law, and I already told you about that. Is that right, Marie? Oh my goodness gracious. So for 40 more minutes, they're on break. I'm going to look and see if the Treehouse guys are back. Ooh, the Treehouse guys are starting to come back. So let's go to that tab. Maybe. I saw movement on camera there. Because if the Treehouse guys come back, we can watch them until the Troconis guys, the Troconis people come back. I don't know. It probably wouldn't be a very good idea for her to take the stand, Bogart. Maybe that was a fluke with them coming back. Or, you know, it really depends. I guess it really depends on how strong they think their case is. I mean, I think we have a very recent history of defendants taking the stand to their own detriment. And I'm referring to Alec Murdaugh and Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was a disaster for himself, but the Charlie Adelson reminds me of, you know, a male Lana. I mean, he thought he was the biggest baller in the room, and now he's been just completely demoralized and alienated and you know, put into his cellar where he belongs. In his jail cell where he belongs, and now his mother's been charged. So it's not a good idea to take the stand. And I honestly think that entire family, that entire Adelson family is the same way. You know, they think that they really put on this air of arrogance, like they are above everybody else. And I'm just going to walk into the room and, you know, I'm going to challenge everything you say. Everything you say. It's not good for any of them to take this down. Honestly, it only matters how much narcissism they. Yeah, I'm just, you know, it's not like I have an encyclopedic brain about criminal trials and people who have taken the stand. Are there trials where actually I can't remember the name of this trial, but there was one last fall where the defendant did take the stand and it did work out for her. And this was the trial where, and it was a relatively short trial. It only happened for about a week, but it was really interesting to me. It was the woman who was being accused of murdering her, of running over her husband. And they had gotten into a big fight. It was an incredibly abusive relationship. She was a really, really blonde lady. You know, in her like 50s, late 40s, 50s, they had this very toxic, really abusive relationship. They lived in the burbs. It was snowy. They had just gotten into a fight, and she was accused of intentionally running over him to kill him on the night that he died. But she was found, she took the stand and they acquitted her. Yeah. And, you know, in all honesty, I was sitting there thinking, wow, it's hard. It's really hard. But as she was testifying, I was like, I really feel for this woman. I believe her. I do believe her. If she struck her husband in some way, with the car, it's kind of similar to the Karen Reed case where the guy was found dead in the snow the next day. So if she intentionally did that, it appeared to me that that couldn't have happened. Her testimony, based on her behavior, they showed surveillance footage, ring camera footage of when she comes out of her house and finds him dead in the driveway the next day. And her reaction was so genuinely heartbroken and surprised and shocked that it just did not. I mean, she was absolutely hysterical. And so it was just, so I remember sitting there thinking, gosh, I just don't think this woman is meant it. If she hit her husband driving out of the driveway, I don't think she meant to. I don't think she knew she did it. And at most she should maybe get a DUI charge, and maybe involuntary manslaughter. I don't remember what the ultimate thing was, but they had charged her with, pretty sure, with murder. Yeah. I think either it was an accident or I think it was an accident, because what she testified to is that they had gotten into a big fight at a bar. They were all drunk. They got into a big fight. He drove they drove home. And then she decided to leave. She said, I'm out of here. She took the truck home, and as she was leaving, he was running after the car. And it was snowy. And she was just trying to get away from him because he was being super aggressive. Like, he was chasing her down the driveway. And she was being super aggressive. He was being so aggressive that she just wanted to get the hell out of there. But then she returned home. She couldn't find anywhere to go, anywhere to sleep. She tried to find a hotel. She tried to, she tried to figure out some place to sleep. She couldn't figure it out because it was too late at night. So she actually went back home at like 3 a.m. But she didn't go to their bedroom. She slept in a guest room because she didn't want to sleep with him. She didn't want to sleep in the same place. She was basically, I'm leaving you. She gets up the next morning, goes outside, and sees him dead in the driveway, and has an absolute, just goes into hysterics, calls 911, all the above. So it really did. That's one case where she took the stand, and it was a good thing because she knew she was innocent. She was being truthful, and she was being consistent. So, yeah, it was looking like these guys were coming back because I saw movement and I saw cameras. But no. Any person on the jury who's experienced DV would totally understand that reasoning. Yes, and unfortunately, it's just all too often that people experience DV. It's just all too often. It's so sad, man. And domestic violence can also be coercive control. And now that is starting to get codified into law, at least in Connecticut. It may be codified into law in other places as well. I don't know. Shaky camera. Something happened with the camera? Yeah. Er. Nothing's happening. I know, I agree. The laws are always so lagging with the reality of, our cultural situation. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I'm going to look for something else for us to watch then. By the way, please hit the thumbs up if you will. If you haven't already, I appreciate that. Consider becoming a member. I put the link in the description. The link is in the description, but I also chatted it earlier. La 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 la. I agree. It should be federal law. Let me pull some. I'm going to pull something else up here. Okay, let's watch this.
Wrapping up in day one of what will be one of the higher profile trials of the year. The victim, a Connecticut mother of 5 who went missing. Her body never found after years of searching. In a story that went national almost instantly, prosecutors alleging the husband of Jennifer Dulos and his girlfriend worked together to plan Jennifer's killing. The girlfriend, Michelle Troconis, is pleading not guilty as she now faces the charge of conspiracy to commit murder. And while people coast to coast heard about what happened, it's the local reporters on the ground who covered every in and out, every development in this case, including NBC Connecticut's Shannon Miller. She's been reporting on this story for years. She's got tonight's backstory.
A missing mother of 5. Now to the case of missing New Canaan mother Jennifer Dulos. The frantic search for her captivating the public. The estranged husband charged with murder, but his suicide under house arrest blowing up the entire case. And her body never found. Now, more than 4 years of investigations and legal drama, the grieving family of murdered mom Jennifer Dulos is finally getting a chance at justice. The trial of Michelle Troconis kicking off in a Connecticut courthouse. She stands accused of conspiring with Dulos' husband to plan the murder, charges she has pleaded not guilty to. I've been covering every twist and turn as a reporter for NBC Connecticut along the way. Lots of photographs being taken out here tonight.
Jennifer is an incredibly gentle and wonderful person. She loves her children dearly.
It began in May of 2019. Family and friends of Dulos reported her as missing, kicking off a statewide search. Almost immediately, suspicion landed on her husband, Fotis Dulos. The two were in the middle of a messy divorce and child custody battle. His new girlfriend, Michelle Troconis, also suspected.
A stunning development. Fotis Dulos, along with another woman, are under arrest in connection with a criminal investigation.
A week later, prosecutors charged a couple with evidence tampering and hindering prosecution. Surveillance video caught Fotis Dulos disposing of items that were found to contain traces of Jennifer's blood. Fotis' defense team hitting back with a shocking claim that Jennifer might have staged her own disappearance like the plot of the book Gone Girl.
We are actively contemplating a revenge suicide hypothesis as an explanation for her disappearance.
Prosecutors not convinced by that theory, but after months of searching, they still had no idea where Jennifer Dulos was. But 8 months after Jennifer went missing, prosecutors felt they had enough physical and circumstantial evidence to bring charges. In January of 2020, they charged Fotis Dulos.
I mean, can we agree that when you go to the Gone Girl theory, you probably don't have a very good defense, right? I mean, doesn't it seem like that? you may not have a very good defense when you resort to the Gone Girl theory, unless you have really, really solid evidence that, oh, I'm hearing movement. Hold on a sec. All right, we're switching here. The sound is terrible.
I'm just having a little bit of trouble with the technical aspect of it right at the moment. I was wondering if you might give me a few more minutes just to get these things downloaded and where they're supposed to be.
How long do you think you'd need?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Right.
Okay, I mean, if you think that's going to do it, I would prefer to give a little extra time than not enough.
I would appreciate that, Your Honor. If you,
So if we say 15 minutes,
Perfect.
Like 1:50, and just tell the jurors that I assume they're all in the jury room. Yes, that we're going to need a few extra minutes, and they should just stand by. But it'll be about 1:50, but they can stay in the jury room, and I'll be back at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's the other thing with pro se litigants. And I'm not disrespecting pro se litigants. I'm just saying it's just another issue that compounds is that, even lawyers, when they come into these courtrooms, like lawyers who are not familiar with a particular courtroom, they'll have technical difficulties because there's all these different ways that, different courts use different technologies, and some accept USB drives, some accept DVD drives, some are connected to the internet, blah, 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 right? So it puts everyone at a disadvantage. It puts the people who are not there always in that particular court at a disadvantage as to how to connect to the internet. And now you also get a lot of pro se litigants who are not super tech savvy. So even if they do know how to plug in a USB drive or connect to the internet, or, they may not be super efficient at it. So then when they get to the court, probably there's probably not some I don't think court has like support staff for that. Don't have somebody sitting around going, okay, let's help all the pro se litigants make sure that they can connect. It's pretty much you're on your own. So this guy's now having technical issues. I'm going to switch back to the story we were just watching.
Dulos with murder and charged girlfriend Michelle Troconis with conspiracy to commit murder.
Michelle Troconis in handcuffs.
Both of them put under house arrest as they waited trial. But then, just weeks later, a disturbing twist. This is where it all began earlier this morning at Fotis Dulos' Farmington home. That suicide attempt. Fotis Dulos rushed to the hospital after attempting suicide at his home in Connecticut.
When officers responded, they could see through a window that Mr. Dulos was sitting in his vehicle, and he had obvious signs of medical distress.
The accused, father of 5, trying to die by carbon monoxide poisoning in his garage. Then, 2 days later,
Fotis Dulos was declared dead tonight at 5:32.
prosecutors' main suspect gone, leaving behind a suicide note proclaiming his innocence.
Quote, I refused to spend even an hour more in jail for something I had nothing to do with.
The next day, I sat down with Dulos' attorneys who vowed to clear their client's name.
He was accused by the world, and there was nowhere he wouldn't go or could go without whispering and hateful comments made about him.
Leaving his girlfriend, Michelle, to fend for herself in court. In May of that year, Troconis breaking her nearly year-long silence, proclaiming her innocence in a statement, saying she didn't know what Fotis was capable of, and quote, "I think it was a mistake to have trusted him." NBC's Dateline features the saga that year, and I was happy to help provide context through all the twists and turns.
We were finally able to put a face with this name. That immediate day after, it was the lead story on every single newscast.
Another 3 years passed without a major break in the case. Jennifer Dulos' body is still missing. Her memory lives on in her 5 children and in a makeshift memorial. But her most enduring legacy may be Jennifer's Law, signed by Connecticut's governor on the 2-year anniversary of Dulos' disappearance, which broadens the definition of domestic violence to better protect victims.
Shannon is joining us now from NBC Connecticut's newsroom up in West Hartford. Shannon, we're so glad to have you with us. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me, Hallie. This case has just gripped Connecticut for years. And today, no different. Michelle Troconis walking into Stamford Superior Court. And I have to tell you, she's done this dozens of times, but there was something different about today's court appearance. It was eerily silent when she walked in, Hallie. You could feel the weight of what today means, finally getting to this point.
You know, this segment, in so many ways, Shannon, we talk about the backstory, right? Taking us behind the scenes, as you did there, sort of step by step, covering a case like this when you're on the ground at the local level, doing it sort of day in and day out. Talk us through now, here we are years later, and it is the start of what is going to be, I think, a very closely watched trial, not just where you are in Connecticut, but around the country.
Yeah, I think what struck me the most today was just, again, that feeling of the weight of finally being here at the courthouse. When I made it upstairs, both Troconis' family were there, Jennifer Dulos' family were there. There were tears when Jennifer's mother walked into the courtroom, and then that tension just got even stronger today, Hallie, because for the first time, we saw these brand new videos from New Canaan Police and State Police, that body-worn camera video of them coming into Jennifer Dulos' house for the very first time after she'd been reported missing. You see these lives of her 5 children just come to a standstill. Their shoes still in the mudroom, their toys still out in the home. Their kitchen looked like they had balloons up there in that house.
That was one thing that was interesting about the trial yesterday. So I guess that the night she went missing, I'm not sure who went around and filmed the entire, like took video footage of the entire, it's something like 15,000 square feet home. It's like 15,000 square feet, if I recall correctly. And it's an hour-long video. So the court basically just sat there, and it's all silent. There's no talking in it, but it's an hour-long video of just an internal tour of the house, which is interesting. So let's keep going.
The day and the night before she went missing. So these details are really going to start to unravel. We're going to start to see what we heard about Hallie and those arrest warrants play out visually, and both from testimony from witnesses.
Shannon Miller, thank you so much for bringing us such a comprehensive look at this. I'm sure we'll talk again in the days and weeks to come. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for watching.
The police department had a report, complaint of a missing person at that address.
Who was the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
Michelle Troconis in court today. She's charged with second-degree hindering prosecution, tampering with physical evidence, and conspiracy to commit murder, all in connection to the disappearance of her ex-boyfriend's estranged wife, Jennifer. And while she doesn't represent Troconis, trial attorney Misty Maris says the stakes are incredibly high for this case.
Seemingly, any information about her disappearance died with Fotis, who took his own life. Police say they responded to Jennifer's home after she was reported missing. They found blood evidence on a Range Rover.
I noticed that there was what appeared to be red blood on the front of that vehicle.
During the search, Fotis appeared on Access affiliate WVIT proclaiming his innocence.
I know what I've done, and I know what I haven't done.
However, soon after that interview, police arrested Fotis and charged him with felony murder, and kidnapping in connection to Jennifer's disappearance and presumed death, along with his girlfriend at the time, Michelle Troconis.
Investigators say they tracked the couple's movements on the night of May 24th. They saw them drive to multiple dumpster sites and throw away garbage bags. Investigators claim these bags contain mops, gloves, and other items. They allege that there was DNA of both Fotis and Jennifer on these items, and they claim that one of the items had Michelle Troconis' DNA.
But in a stunning twist, after posting bond, Fotis was released from jail and took his own life at his home. He had pleaded not guilty, and a judge later agreed to dismiss the single murder charge.
It certainly will be a primary focus of the prosecution because this case revolves around a conspiracy between Michelle Troconis and Fotis. However, the defense is going to focus on narrowing the allegations to what is really relevant to Michelle. They're going to say Fotis is not on trial. Michelle is on trial. Michelle has said she had no idea what was in those bags. She thought it was debris from various construction sites.
Detectives also claim Troconis changed her story several times while they interviewed her, and in newly released footage, you can see her breaking down after being told that everyone in America knows who she is.
Have you seen your face plastered? I mean, I'll be honest with you, you're probably one of the most hated women in America right now. And I'm not being mean.
No body murder cases are notoriously difficult to prove. Without a body,
Yikes.
It's an uphill battle for prosecutors.
This case is wild. Now, Troconis has pled not guilty to all charges. This fascinating and complicated trial isn't expected to end until March.
Well, seeing this guy is a blast from the past. I've met that guy many, many times because I used to work for Lucasfilm and we would do these press tours and he was always on the press tour. He was on the press junket. This guy's dimples are the most pronounced deep. Look at this guy's dimples. Look at this guy's dimples. I remember I literally was sitting, 2 feet from this guy. And I remember looking at his dimples and going, I have never seen more pronounced dimples. He's extremely sweet guy. He's a really, I forget his name right now. Mario Lopez. Yes, he is. I mean, please forgive me if there's been any Me Too involvement with this guy. I have no idea. I literally have no idea. I just know that he was really, really, really nice every time I met him. And, of course, he would never, ever, ever remember me in a million years. But yeah, this is a blast from the past. But I'm going to switch to this next video here. Let me just make sure there's nobody in court yet. Yeah, nobody's in court yet. Just letting you know. This is interesting. This is them giving CPR to Fotis Dulos on the day he died. Or actually, the day he attempted. They had to take him to the hospital.
It's a desperate race to save the life of the man
I know,
accused of
Bogart.
killing his wife. Paramedics work feverishly performing CPR on Fotis Dulos, the wealthy home builder who faces charges that he murdered his wife Jennifer 9 months ago. Dulos has been free on $6 million bail, but this morning it was reported that his bail was possibly going to be revoked. Faced with the threat of being sent back to jail to await his trial, Dulos apparently tried to take his own life. His body was found inside his car in the garage, the apparent victim of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Stunning developments in the Fotis Dulos case.
This was the extraordinary scene as it played out on live TV in Hartford, Connecticut on WFSB TV.
There are still questions that need to be answered.
Initial reports said he was dead.
Fotis Dulos, we later learned that he committed suicide today.
Then this happened after 30 minutes of CPR.
His defense attorney is just coming in now and telling Eyewitness News that okay, Norm Pattis has just released a statement saying, I'm told that Fotis Dulos is on his way to the hospital and he has a pulse.
It was a shocking turn of events in a murder that has riveted the nation.
When officers responded, they could see through a window that Mr. Dulos was sitting in his vehicle.
I mean, it's crazy, man, because obviously, I mean, by the fact that they had aerial footage of them doing CPR, they put choppers in the air immediately. They had choppers in there. They must have had those news helicopters that were reporting on the traffic flying right over. You know, they're like, get over to Fotis Dulos house. They're doing CPR. I mean, look at this footage they have.
Has riveted the nation.
When officers responded, they could see through a window that Mr. Dulos was sitting in his vehicle and he had obvious signs of medical distress.
They forced themselves inside the garage and dragged him out, got him some fresh air, and that's when they started compressions.
Dulos was transported to the hospital.
He does look great, Pops and Sass. When I met him like 15 years ago, and he looked like he was like 16 years old. I mean, of course, he was probably in his 30s then, or obviously, but yeah, he does. He looks really great. But this is crazy footage.
Hospital in grave condition and then flown to a hospital in New York City.
The patient is a 52-year-old male, post-cardiac arrest, suspected CO poisoning.
Now, let's switch to I'm just making sure that the trial, okay, nobody's in court yet, letting you know. Here's, let's scroll through the tour of her home. So, hey, Rob Steffer, I bet if someone tried to revive... Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. You know what? Even if she died, she would probably try to charge them with AA because, or SA, sorry. She would come back from the grave. She would make sure she came back from the grave. She would be the second fucking rising, but she would be the rising of the devil coming back to prosecute that case. It would be so important to her. Man, you came out of the rafters to say that. All right, I'm going to show this. We're going to scroll through this home tour because it's honestly fascinating. I mean, it's a beautiful. Oh, hey, Doors of Perception. Good to see you. It's a beautiful home. And as people have been commenting, it's a 15,000 square foot house and it's spotless. So they obviously had professional cleaners. Rob Steffler, I don't know why nobody calls a school she coached basketball. You know, Okay, I'm going to address that, Rob, as we're looking at this. People may have looked into that, but that's a type of shit that I don't think should be brought to YouTube. I mean, that's what's calling going real life. Oh, let me call the university, let me call the coaches. That's in fact what Lana tried to do to me, I believe, is, she tried to say that I murdered all of my executive jobs. And I wouldn't doubt that she attempted to contact people at those jobs to confirm that I was fired rather than me, moving to those, voluntarily leaving those jobs. So, unless her situation with the basketball team were to become part of some criminal case, I just don't think it's right to bring that stuff to YouTube because it's so far in the past and it's not part of what she's doing on YouTube. That's my personal opinion about it. When the first time I covered her was when I was very, very, very new to YouTube. And, I come from a background of working with the media. I've worked with the media practically all my entire career, which is longer, which I did for a long time. Okay. I work with the media. So I'm used to the media environment, and the media environment is, okay, you, make sure that you're right about what you're saying. So you do research on people and things, and you just make sure that you're being accurate. So when I decided I was going to call bullshit on her nonprofit, I decided I wasn't just calling bullshit on her nonprofit. I was critiquing her horrible website because I'm a marketing expert. Okay. And it was a horrible website that she launched. So I was critiquing her website, and I looked into her background, like, what is her background? What is her expertise? And one of the reasons that I was looking at that is because I agree, Rob Steffler. I do agree with that. I mean, in general, in real life, if people are being criminally harassed, it's legitimate for that to all be looked at offline and maybe brought to a criminal case. But I don't think it should be brought onto YouTube unless it's part of a criminal case. Hey, welcome back, Chopper. No, you have not missed anything. They said that they were going to take a 1-hour break in Connecticut, and they have been gone for well over that. And the the treehouse guy, they came back, but then he needed technical help, and he said he needed 10 minutes, and that was like 15 minutes ago. So now we're just looking at the hour-long footage of and this is a detective's footage of Jennifer's house, but I'm also yammering about what I did originally with Lana when I covered her. Is, her website, in my opinion, was a knockoff. And and this is one of the ways that I learned about not talking about politics online. Okay, because what I actually showed is that she copied QAnon's marketing for her website. She literally did. She basically took the ideas from QAnon and then just turned them into Fight for a Family. Not the conspiracies, but the marketing, the graphics and things like that. And so I was like, wow, who is this person who would use QAnon inspired graphics for her inspired graphics for the for her website? Well, so that led me to, so the first thing that popped up as I researched her is that there is a a bankruptcy judgment against her and her father. And I'm like, okay. So her and her father are in something together. So I looked up her father and found some stuff, and he, I won't get into him, but at that, so I did end up showing a profile picture of her father from her Facebook group. So one of her big things against me is she doxed my dad. Well, I showed his Facebook page, and if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't do it. I didn't show his entire page. I showed parts of it, and I showed him, but I didn't like full dox him. I nowhere near doxed her dad the way that she has doxed my entire life since then. Not anywhere near close. So the consequences do not meet the original crime whatsoever. But what I found, oh, by the way, you just saw that picture of Jackie Onassis Kennedy, or Kennedy Onassis. Apparently, Jennifer was a big fan of Jackie Kennedy. It's a cool picture. Is that the Andy Warhol of her? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not sure. So that's the so I did look into her background, and I posted some about her background, and the fact that I included some of that background in my first video about her, she got a successful strike on me. She was able to successfully strike it. So the original video that caused her, that is still causing her to go after me, hasn't been online for well over 2 years. But she, in her, magical brilliance, she's the one who continues to, oh, they're back. They're back. Hold on.
Had been on scene and observed certain substances and stains at the crime scene. The testimony by those witnesses was to be that what they observed was blood. Now, the defendant moved for an in limine preclusion of that testimony by any lay witness or recipient witness, on scene witness, unless there was sufficient evidence to establish that that item or those items had been tested and found to be blood. So in Grant, the state, or rather the court, cited State versus Schaefer, finding that it was permissible to admit into evidence the opinions and common observers, or rather of common observers, in regard to common appearances, facts, and conditions. However, that testimony could not have been based on the testimony of others or some hypothetical set of facts. So the holding, as the court sees the holding in that case, is that even lay witnesses can testify as to their belief that a substance was blood, as long as that testimony is not based on what the court described as testimony of others or hypothetical statements of facts. Now, of course, in Moody, that was a situation in which expert testimony was offered. The expert witness said that a stain found on one of the defendant's shoes had given a positive result on a presumptive test for blood. In Moody, there was a presumptive test only. The court held that the result of the presumptive test for blood had no probative value whatsoever. The test result did nothing toward establishing the likelihood of the presence of human blood. In that case, there was only the presumptive test. That testimony should have been excluded and should have been found inadmissible. Now, in State versus Whipper, there was no testing at all by the police detectives. The detectives had testified that an eyewitness had seen the defendant break a vase over the victim's head. The police concluded in their testimony that the bloody hand or palm print on that vase was actually blood. An expert then testified at the same trial, and he stated that the bloody palm print on the vase was the defendant's, but he said on cross-examination that the substance on the vase had reacted to certain chemical reagents consistently with the way blood would react, but there were other substances that would have the same reaction. Well, because the police did not test the blood, the fingerprint expert did not test for blood, the court concluded that it was improper for the state's witnesses to testify that the palm print found on the vase had been made in blood. In Grant, that was again a recipient witness testimony. They observed what they believed to be blood and described as a trail of blood. This is another case in which you have lay people testifying about what they believe to be the substance. The court held there a person of ordinary knowledge and experience is generally competent to testify that a substance personally observed by that person appeared to be blood. Although the particular facts and circumstances surrounding the witness's observation of the substance might affect the weight to be given to the testimony, the fact that the substance was not subject to scientific testing to rule out any possibility that it was not blood does not render the testimony inadmissible. So now we come to Downing. In Downing, we had a criminologist testify, opining on the stand that they relied on a presumptive test for blood. The defendant argued that that testimony should have been precluded pursuant to Moody. In Downing, the court should say this first. This issue really comes down to what is probative. And to make it simple, is a presumptive test by itself probative? According to Moody, no, it is not probative. On that basis, it would not be admitted. The next question is a presumptive test under all circumstances not probative? The answer to that is no. In Downing, the court quotes Moody, the presumptive test for blood had no probative value whatsoever because the test did nothing toward establishing the likelihood of the presence of human blood. We're talking there about a situation in which there was no other factor to be considered. However, in Downing, the court indicated that the presumptive test, again, by itself, is not going to be probative in any degree. However, there are other factors that can be considered that would render it probative, not conclusive, but probative, such as the color of the substance, the shape of the substance, other factors that could indicate that the presumptive test could be confirmed. Now, in this case, we have a presumptive test or presumptive tests. The issue then becomes, are there other factors that can render the presumptive test not conclusive, but probative? Because relevant evidence has this definition. It's evidence that has any tendency to make a fact, the existence of a fact, that is material to the determination of the matter more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. So in this case, you have a presumptive test by itself, not good enough, but you also have a missing person investigation. You have the color and shape of unidentified stains. You have spatter pattern. You have unidentified stains on the vehicle, in the garage, and you have an abandoned vehicle owned by Jennifer Dulos. In combination, the presumptive test is probative. The issue now goes to what weight the jury will give to the evidence. So the only danger the state can run into is if there's a question asked and the defense, rather the state's witness, says that presumptive test is conclusive. And remember, the court can also ask questions. So the court is going to allow the testimony concerning the presumptive test. But again, the court has informed the jury that this court will ask questions.
Just for the record, I would note that in Downing, the expert evidence showed that some of the splatter had already been tested and confirmed at the lab to be blood, not just that it looked like blood, and that's why it was allowed. But the court, I would ask the court to address the second part of my argument, that its probative value is completely outweighed by its prejudice, especially in light of the fact there is no confirmatory tests, and that when it is tested, it is not blood. So to let it in is the equivalent of allowing, as I indicated, that rust that the jury can infer that that was blood. So I ask the court to at least address the other part of my argument.
Well, the issue again is not prejudice, but unfair prejudice.
Yes.
The state wish to be heard.
Your Honor, with respect to the fact that a test is, all evidence is going to be prejudicial, to rise to the level of unfair prejudice at this point, I don't think evidence of a presumptive test, when the witness is going to testify that it is presumptive in its very nature, is also subject to a very competent counsel who can cross-examine him about the adequacy of that test and about the fact that a lot of this evidence did make it along the chain and go to the lab, and what they did there, whether they tested it or not. I'm not going to even address any of that today. I believe Attorney McGinnis will deal with that next week. But with respect to the prejudicial value, I don't think it rises to unfair prejudice, and counsel can cross-examine, and that will go before the jury.
Well, again, the only danger the court sees for the state is that the state's own witness says it's conclusive.
I understand that, Your Honor.
As far as unfair prejudice is concerned, the court does not see that the prejudice is so substantial as to preclude any effective cross-examination. So the court will allow testimony concerning the presumptive test. We can bring the jury in.
Okay, so what it boils down to is the defense attorney put up a really good fight for that blood testing to not be admissible, but he did not win that argument. But he obviously did his best. It's a lot better than a pro se litigant trying to make those arguments. There's Ms. Troconis. She definitely has been looking very strained and tired. Not that I blame her. She looks right at the camera a lot. She looks at the camera a lot. I think the picture I have of her in one of the pictures I have of her in the thumbnail is her looking directly at the camera in the courtroom.
The counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait a minute.
Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Yes.
The state calls Detective Matthew Riley to the stand. May I approach the clerk?
Yes.
Earlier, the judge said, please don't take photos when we can hear the clicker. Some of those cameras, you can't control whether you can hear a clicker. Maybe he gave permission to that particular photographer to do that before. I don't know. Who knows? All right. Next witness.
Your Honor, may I have a moment with counsel?
Yes.
Fine. That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, Madam Clerk. The witness.
You can please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
It's Matthew Riley, R-E-I-L-L-Y.
And you may be seated.
Thank you.
Good
May
afternoon.
inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine, ma'am.
Mr. Riley, or Detective Riley, I'm sorry, are you currently employed by the state police?
No, I'm not. I retired from the Connecticut State Police in January of 22.
Please explain, what rank did you retire
I retired as a sergeant.
at? And in 2019, what rank did you have?
I was a detective.
Could you briefly just explain a little bit about your training and experience as a sergeant with the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, I've been a detective for approximately 20 years of my 23-year career. And during that time, I've had classes in intermediate crime scene processing, advanced crime scene processing, late print development, bloodstain pattern analysis, death investigation, homicide investigation, and probably a myriad of other classes.
And with respect to the Connecticut State Police, were you assigned to a particular troop or division?
I was assigned to the Western District Major Crime Squad, where I worked on the van unit as a crime scene investigator.
Could you please explain what a crime scene investigator is?
So, crime scene investigator is tasked with the investigation of a crime scene, processing evidence, handling evidence, packaging evidence, and coordinating with laboratory analysis, and such things as that.
Could you discuss a little bit about your training, if you have any, with respect to crime scene analysis, that particular part of being, or that assignment, I should say?
Yes, I've attended intermediate crime scene processing courses, advanced crime scene processing courses, law enforcement photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, different trainings on the investigation of not only homicide scenes, but scenes of sexual assault, and classes on medical legal death investigation.
And how long were you assigned to the van?
Approximately 14 years.
In 2019, who was assigned to the van with you?
So the van unit in 2019 was supervised by Sergeant Joe Duva, and then there was myself, Detective Jamie Pearston, Detective Jeremy Combs, Detective Frank McGavin, and Detective Mike Downs.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically now to May 24th, 2019. Did you report to 69 Wells Lane that day in New Canaan?
I did.
Why did you respond there?
I received a telephone call from the Western District Commander saying that the New Canaan Police Department was requesting assistance with a missing person investigation where they suspected foul play.
And what was your assignment for going to, or what was your reason for going to 69 Wells?
They were specifically, what I understood at the time, they were just asking for crime van assistance or crime scene investigation assistance. So I responded to Western District Headquarters in Litchfield, grabbed the truck and drove down to 69 Wells in New Canaan.
So the truck, what is on the truck, if you can describe it a little bit?
So it's the major crime van is it's kind of a big toolbox on wheels. So it's a small body or kind of a medium duty truck with a cargo body on the back that contains all of our equipment, all of our supplies, additional lighting, cameras, such things as that.
About what time did you respond there? Or to 69 Wells, I should say.
I probably arrived sometime around 2 o'clock in the morning on the 25th.
Was anybody on scene when you arrived?
Well, I know New Canaan Police Department had uniformed officers there. And then I really don't remember who arrived first from our crew.
Now, you mentioned a couple names about people who worked on the van. Did anybody that you named arrive or come to 69 Wells that day?
Yes, Detective Frank McGavin was available, so he responded. And then we had several what we call alternates. So detectives who also work in Western District Major Crime, they have additional crime scene training and experience, and they come to kind of backfill absences for people who are not able to respond.
And who were those alternates?
The alternates that day were Detective Corey Clabby, Detective Bob Hazen, Detective Katie Keppel, and Detective Dwayne LaPierre.
Did you enter the house on it? Well, I'm gonna, if I can check that. Is there when you conduct a search of a residence, is there a certain process or procedure that you utilize?
Yes. So when we arrive at a scene, usually in serious cases, the local PD is in the process of obtaining a search warrant. By the time we arrive on scene, we get a briefing as to the investigation up to that point. Usually from the lead.
You know, I'm going to object that this is not the question is not what he did then. He's talking about in general. I don't know if that's.
Well, the question is, what was the procedure on that day, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I would request that.
The response was generally, this is what we do. That's non-responsive. So this objection is.
I'll rephrase. I will rephrase. Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, with respect to May 24th, 2009, actually it would be May 25th, 2019. Did you have a specific procedure in place with the other officers on the van in conducting a search of 69 Wells?
Yes. So, like I said, I arrived at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, New Canaan was obtaining a search warrant for the property, and once everybody arrived, we divvied up our various assignments of what we were going to do that night.
What were those assignments?
So Frank McGavin, he was assigned to take notes at the scene and prepare a scene report. Basically, it's observations and actions at the scene. I took evidence collection, so I was the evidence officer. It was my responsibility to identify, collect, package, and label all the evidence. We had a primary photographer. We also run a backup photographer. We have a videographer, and then we had somebody prepare a sketch map.
Who was your primary photographer
That would be Detective Katie Keppel,
and the backup photographer?
Detective Bob Hazen.
And is there a particular order that those assignments are done in the course of May 25th, 2019 processing?
That night, we started out with video recording, overall video recording of the scene. Then we'll start primary and backup photography overall. I'm sorry, let me back up. The first thing we do is we conduct a walkthrough. So we conduct a walkthrough, kind of see what we have, identify any kind of fragile or transient evidence that we have.
Again, I'm going to object. It sounds like he's not talking about what he did, but what he usually.
The objection essentially is non-responsive. The question is not what normally the routine is. It is what happened that day, sustained.
Detective Riley, did you participate in the walkthrough of 69 Wells?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
I entered through the garage, and then I went ahead and accessed the front door because the garage appeared to have a great deal of evidence in it. We didn't want to get it trampled. So I opened the front door, let Detective McGavin and Detective Keppel in. We conducted a quick walkthrough.
And if I can, what is the purpose of that walkthrough?
We were looking for kind of the layout of the house, the situation, getting a feel for what we had. We were looking for any kind of transit evidence, fragile evidence, and we would start to develop a plan on how we would basically tackle this problem.
And after the walkthrough, what was the next step in processing the scene?
The next step in processing the scene is Corey Clabby started his video recording.
Were you a part of that?
No, I was not.
And after the video recording?
After that, the photographers went through primary and backup.
Were you a part of the primary or backup photography?
No.
While the videography or the primary and backup photographers are in the house, what were you doing?
While they were in the house, I was swabbing the points of entry door handles for latent DNA.
I just want to clarify and ask you about the word swabbing. What exactly do you mean by swabbing?
A swab is just a long-handled Q-tip. It's containing sterile packaging, and we use it for the collection of evidence.
Where do you get the swabs from?
Forensic supply house.
And how are they preserved, or are they preserved, I should ask you?
The swabs are contained in, they're individually packaged in sterile wrappers. When we use them, we collect evidence and then we place them inside of a short box that we seal and put inside of a larger envelope for labeling.
What do they look like?
The swabs, ma'am?
Yes.
Like I said, it's a long-handled Q-tip, similar to what you see at a doctor's office.
And you indicated, well, how do you use them?
So in this case, when I was swabbing the door handles for DNA, I would open up 2 swabs, moisten them with sterile water, and then run them around the door handles in an effort to collect up any biologic material that may have been on that door handle. I'll then cap the swabs, put them inside of a box, seal them up, and then place them in an envelope.
And is that standard policy and procedure for you when you utilize a swab?
Yes,
And did you consistently use that process anytime you used a swab at 69 Wells?
yes.
Now, you indicated you swabbed the doors, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you swab the doors first?
Just in case there was a unknown intruder coming through one of those points of entry, hopefully we would be able to pick up some sort of their suspect DNA, unknown DNA.
Well, the court is going to interject here. The court believed the testimony was that he swapped the door handles.
I was just going to clarify that if I can, Your Honor. If I may approach, Your Honor, the state is intending to introduce multiple photographs. I believe I need to have the witness view them for ID at this point, if I may.
May I have a word with counsel privately for a moment, Your Honor?
Still challenging that blood evidence. I'm going to click more on this title and see what it says. She looks a little bit like somebody we've just seen on trial. Just kidding. Woman's fatal shotgun blast to boyfriend blew his blah, 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 almost off his body. I can't say too much about that. Oh my God. Woman killed her boyfriend in a grisly fashion and tried to flee from police. Wait. Hold on. While only partially clothed. A woman killed.
Agreement about making this move a little faster, so.
If we can, Your Honor, well, I'll just do that. If I may just approach the witness. This is 9, if I may, Your Honor, I apologize. 9A has been marked for ID, Your Honor. If I can. Sir, I'm going to show you, please don't flip the page. You look at I believe this would be page 2 off of 9A. Can you take a look at that document, please? Now, there are about 4 photographs on that document. This is under.
That's right, Chopper.
States 9. It's a file labeled 169 Wells, Your Honor, with 4 photographs on it. Sir, do you recognize those photographs that are contained on that page?
Yes.
And what are those photographs?
Those are overall views of the 4 sides of the scene.
Do those pictures fairly and accurately represent the scene of 69 Wells as you saw it that night or that morning, I should say, on 5/25/2019?
Yes.
They would offer the file labeled 169 Wells off of States 9 as a full exhibit.
Is there an objection?
Oh, well, 9 is still ID, so these 4 are, they're all on one disc. That's the problem. So I'm not objecting to these 4 being shown to the jury.
And just for expedience, Your Honor, I'm going to run through all of them if I can.
Is it identified as 9 or 9A?
9A is for ID only at this point. I believe a 9, well, both are for ID only. 9A is the document, is screenshots of every file or photograph contained within 9. So instead of pulling the photograph up on the computer, counsel has agreed to let me show those screenshots to authenticate each photograph. Save some time.
So 9 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
I have to run through all of them. Counsel's not in agreement at this point.
Thank you.
If I may. Trying to do major approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you page 2, actually it might be page 3, under file marked 2, garage pictures in states 9. Can you take a look at that page and only that page, sir?
Oh my God, Chopper. Yeah.
So, did you have an opportunity to look at those?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize any of the photographs that are contained on that page?
Yes.
How many do you recognize?
I recognize them all.
Do they fairly and accurately well, what are they? I'm sorry.
Photos 1 through 5 appear to be overall photographs of the garage at 69 Wells. Photograph 6 is the photograph of the doorknob of the door in between the garage and the mudroom at 69 Wells. And photos 7, 8, and 9 are photographs of the doorknob after removal and during processing.
And do those photographs all fairly and accurately portray those items that you described?
Yes.
And that's with respect to what they look like on May 25th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, State would offer that file, which I believe, if I can, is dates 9, file 2, labeled garage pictures.
No objection.
So states 9, file 2, admitted as full.
If I may, Your Honor. Dates 9A again, so I'm going to have you take a look at state file 3, labeled kitchen, and the majority of them, I will pull up the last one on the computer, but if you can take a look, please.
It's just unbelievable to me that people can treat
Thank you. I would also direct
babies
your attention to
like
the screen right
animals.
in front of you. Do you see that screen in front of you?
Yes.
So just for the record, Your Honor, there is, so the record is clear, there is a screen in front of Detective Riley that only can be shown to him. The screen on the back of Detective Riley that is portrayed towards the jury is off. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, both the screen in front of you as well as the document in front of you as well. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do. Could you pull up photograph 17?
I know they're small. Can you? Thank you. Attorney Moran is assisting, Your Honor. Thank you. And again, it is only for the record shown on the screen in front of you. Do you recognize the photograph 17?
Yes.
So all those photographs that you just saw, are they fairly and accurately portray? Well, I should ask this. What are they?
Photographs appear to be overall views of the kitchen. Those are photographs 1 through 4. Photograph 5 and 6 appear to be the contents of the purse we found in the house. 7, 8,
Well,
9.
Your Honor, before he gets into a description of items not yet in evidence, I would like at least the opportunity of voir dire about this set before I object or not object.
I haven't even finished asking him if it is a fair and accurate representation of what he interprets it to be, Your Honor. I would ask to finish that before.
The court will permit voir dire after counsel lays the foundation.
Thank you. You can continue, sir.
And photos 7 through 15 were taken during processing of the kitchen. Photo 16, an item of evidence that we seized from master bath. And photo 17 is an exhibit that was seized from the garage floor.
Do you recognize all the items on that piece of paper?
Yes.
As well as the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately portray what you explained them to be on May 25th, 2019.
Yes.
State would offer it at this time, Your Honor.
Brief, Wadir.
Yes.
Mr. Riley, I just want to be clear as we go through these. And let's start with the image you see on the screen, which on the sheet is marked as 18-352. That's on the screen. When you were at the scene, is this precisely how it appeared that you yourself saw?
Yes.
It was like that we're seeing in the picture. You observed that at precisely as this image portrays it.
Correct.
All right. And if you look at the other images, 1 through 17, when you were in the house doing your job of collecting evidence, did everything that you observed appear precisely as is shown in these images, these specific images?
Yes.
So that it not only fairly accurately represents the way that the room appeared in general, but you yourself saw these exactly as they're laid out here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then I'm not going to object to these pictures, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have more files to that desk. Thank you.
So what is the offer?
At this point, Your Honor, we're still on states 9. Council has approved, it has been, sorry, Your Honor has admitted files 1, which is 69 wells on that, file 2, which is garage pictures, and file 3, which is labeled kitchen. The state is now moving on to file 4, which is titled 69 wells latent prints.
So 1, 2, and 3 are full already.
Already, Your Honor.
So just so that the record is clear, 1, 2, and 3 admitted as full.
And just for Your Honor, there are 15. So take a minute and take a look at
Dormant or Daybell?
file 4.
I'm definitely covering Daybell. I've been following that case from the very, very, very beginning.
Do you recognize the items depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
They're photographs of latent prints that we developed and seized at the scene.
Okay, I haven't followed that one.
Since those are developed, those latent prints?
We fingerprinted the house on the 27th, so on Monday.
On the 27th. So those photographs that you see in front of you fairly and accurately portray the prints you photographed or developed, I should say, on 5/27.
Yes.
State would offer.
May I again 1 year to clarify? I just want to be clear. You were there on the 25th, is that right?
Correct.
I just understood this testimony is this is something that happened not on the 25th, correct? These pictures?
That's right.
Were you back there on the 27th after these pictures were taken?
I was there on the 27th while those pictures were taken.
Oh, while they were being taken. So
Yes.
you're there on 2 different days.
Yes.
And do these images that are in folder 4, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images, do they represent the way that the particular parts of that house appeared as you were there?
They depict the way the scene appeared on the 27th.
That's not my question. Do they, what we're looking at now in these images, do they appear exactly as when you were there, you observed them with the particular markings and whatever chemicals they sprayed? Is that a yes? That's a yes.
Yes.
Right. So you saw these images precisely as they're portrayed. In other words, you were there either at the time these pictures were taken or immediately thereafter, right?
Yes.
I have no objection.
States 9, file 4 admitted as full.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to draw your attention, states 9, file 5, titled Chevy Lapham. Please take a look at those items. Now, sir, with respect to items labeled 2 through 6, do you recognize what is depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in those photographs?
So that is the Chevy Suburban that was found on Lapham Road, as it appeared on the morning of the 25th.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what that vehicle looked like on that morning on May 25th, 2019?
As I found it, yes.
With the state would offer those, Your Honor. The first item has already been admitted by a previous witness.
And I'm not objecting to that one either. If I may just follow up the same question. And to be clear, you were at the Lapham Road location and you observed the vehicle in that location at the time you were doing your evidence collection on that day?
Yes, we drove from the scene to Lapham Road.
And the vehicle was exactly as portrayed in these pictures, right?
That's how I found it, correct.
Okay. Again, I have no objection.
Page 9, file 5, admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Page 9, file 6, titled Garage A. Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photograph and depicted on the page. And then if you can, there is a photograph being pulled up on your screen. For the record, the video screen behind the witness is off. The video screen in front of him is on. With respect to pictures 12 and 13, they are side by side on your screen in front of you. If you could take a look at all those photographs, please. Sir, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Sorry. What are they?
There are photographs of the garage floor. It's 69 wells during processing.
And by during processing, is that something that you were present for?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look at those items that are depicted in those photographs? Do they fairly and accurately portray what you saw that day on May 25th? Was it?
I believe these were taken on the 27th.
On May 27th, 2019, and you were present on May 27th when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what those photographs or what those items contained in the photographs are?
Yes.
State would offer.
Is there one here?
Yes, please. And if I could just inquire counsel for a second.
The other two items, Your Honor, contained in file 6 have already been admitted through Sergeant Pearson.
And just, I'm going to ask you kind of the same question. When you were in the garage, did it look exactly with the tape measures and the other crime van measuring devices that we see in these images?
During our processing, yes, this is how it looked.
I'm sorry, would you say that again, please?
During processing, this is how it looked.
Well, I'm asking whether while you were there, were these items laid out as shown in these pictures while you were collecting evidence?
Yes.
So the two that are on the screen, which are identified as in subfile 6, garage A numbers 12 and 13, which don't appear on the sheet but are on the screen. These two show exactly how it appeared while you were in that garage.
Yes.
So the red dot on the van measuring thing was already there. Is that correct?
The
In the picture on the right, that says A17. I just want to specify which one we're looking at. That was there while you were there, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
When you say you don't know?
I don't remember exactly what every marking looked like, but this represents two of the stains
You
on
saw
the garage floor.
All right, well, I get that. We've seen a lot of pictures of stains. Well, my question is, we're talking about the white metric measuring devices. You recognize those from being from the van, correct?
Correct.
So I asked you about the red dot or stain you see on the thing that's marked A17. Was that there when you were in the garage? So does that fairly and accurately represent what you saw?
I don't remember that.
You do not remember that.
I don't.
And then if you look at the image on the left that has an A16 on it, you see there's also a stain on the measuring device as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was that there when you were present in the garage?
I don't specifically remember that.
All right. We just have a moment. Except for the two images on the screen, 12 and 13, I object. I don't believe this witness can categorically state that this fairly and accurately represents the way it appeared while he was present.
If I may, Your Honor, 12, what counsel is equivocating is over a small dot on a marking tab, not even on the garage floor or a marking on the house, on the ruler that is used to delineate what I guess is a measurement system.
I'm going to object to her describing the exhibit that's not yet in evidence.
You don't have a right to argue this and admit it.
Well, the jury cannot see what this is.
That's correct.
There may be questions that the court has that will be offered outside of the presence of the jury. Because the court wants to make sure, first of all, it understands apparently what this exhibit is on the court screen.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know this becomes somewhat inconvenient, but the court may have some questions about what you cannot see, which is not yet in evidence. So perhaps we'll just take an early afternoon recess and reconvene at 3:15.
All rise. This honorable Supreme Court now stands in recess until 3:15.
They always pan to her when the jury's coming in and out, so she'll probably take another, as they're walking out, her face will pan past the camera and she'll probably look at the camera again. We'll see. She's gonna look at the camera. Watch. Oh no, she got distracted. Somebody distracted her, so she didn't look at the camera. All right, guys. I think I'm going to end the stream here. We've been here for almost 5 hours, and this has been pretty tedious. I'll make a decision about whether to keep streaming this tomorrow or stream something different or at all. When things are super slow and there isn't a lot to observe, she's getting translation services. Her first language, Rob, is Spanish. The Chads, no more Chads. Oh my God. Even Chad is political. Yeah. Cases, and you guys, I know you guys watch courts a lot. It's usually slower in the beginning, but this is being fairly slow. Anyway, so I think I'm going to end this stream because it is rather slow, and I want to be interested too. So you will see me schedule another one if I think there's something, that might be interesting to continue streaming. So just keep a lookout on my channel. Please hit the thumbs up. Thank you for being here. Please consider becoming a member if you aren't already. I appreciate people's support. And other than that, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Bye.